All righty. Short stream, not a long one. Short one. I gotta finish up the game document of. Oh, audio. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, cool. Bet. Of what do you call it? Spider combat. Spider combat, bruh. Yeah, so many. It's gonna be such sweet music to have all these people eat their hearts out when Spider Combat, we finally get the gameplay showing and it's just fire. And it's just fire. Why can't I hear anything? Hold up, I can't hear anything. Microphone. I know you guys can hear stuff. I can't hear anything. And I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's because I don't know why. Hold on. Maybe it's my ear. Yeah, it's my ear thing. My earbuds. Happy Monday, everyone. I was a complete bum today. Complete bum today. October is coming up. October 1st. What a time to be alive. So much stuff going on. How's everybody? You want to know what I noticed is that there are a lot of people who watch like the video. It's really interesting. I really never thought anything about it. So I was like, whatever. But it's just, I don't know, it's just real interesting. It can be a voice for change, bruh. It can be a voice for change. It's a little frightening. Cause you just think you're making videos, just make videos. And it's like actually you'll have, like old people and young people, it's like, what? That's crazy. That's crazy. Support Spider Combat. We're still working on, the model is still in development. That man is taking his sweet fucking time. But it's okay. It's okay. As long as it looks good. That's all that matters. But he's taking his time with that model, bro. I'm trying to get it in engine. And we still in the texture process. I understand. Brief topology, texture it can be a hassle. It can be a hassle. But support the game. Alright. We're trying to make it happen. Haters are hating. So, hold on, there we go. Support the development of the game, bro. Have you seen Cyberpunk anime? Cyberpunk anime. I don't believe I have. Is it new? If it's new, I haven't seen it. If it's the old one, then yeah, I saw that. I saw that one. Where are we? 25 more days till Black Ops 6 releases. Black Ops 6, are we serious? Are we serious right now? Black Ops 6? This is what's trending. Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. Who the hell is Cynthia Erivo? Mr. Beast. That's wild, man. That is wild, bro. Lord in heaven. Not spending money on that. You see PlayStation servers been down for a couple hours now? Oh, for real? They've been down? PlayStation servers have been down? No, I didn't know. I haven't turned on my PlayStation in a minute. And I posted a video in the gaming Discord. I knew I wasn't crazy when it came to freaking Black Myth Wukong. Their parry is completely off, bro. Completely off. I knew I wasn't insane. So I was like, yo, something's not right here. Something is off. Yeah, something was off. You ever watch Dexter? No, I have not watched Dexter. I haven't seen a single episode of Dexter. Is it good? Because I know he's like some vigilante, right? Or something like that. Where he like kills bad guys. Switch up the mods on the Discord. We have detractors who don't want the Discord great again. Yeah, I've been meaning to do that. All the mods in the Discord are gonna be unmodded. Actually, let's do that now. Why not? I've been saying we've been need to switch it up. I have been saying that, to be honest. Join the Discord. There we go. Support the game. Dexter's also a serial killer himself. Well, he kills the bad guys, doesn't he? That's what I thought. Let's go into the Discord. Yo, this fucking Black Meta, you're crazy. It reminds me of the menu design of Persona 5. Just grainy and different flair to it. Each selection has a different look to it. Shit is ass, bro. It's crazy y'all think this looks like a good UI. Oh my god. This UI looks like, I don't know. Y'all are crazy to me. I don't want to poison the well, but check this one out. Do you think this looks like a good UI? Bro, this shit looks messy as fuck. Bro, there is nothing cool about this UI. I don't know, maybe it's just me. This looks like fucking ADHD. It looks like, I feel like I'm gonna get like, go into convulsions looking at this, bro. It's like crazy busy. I don't know, for me, it's just ass. Like there's too much going on. And I get it that Persona is like known for their like UIs and stuff like that. But I'm like, this is ass. This is fucking ass, bro. I'm just saying. Complete ass. Now, I say that having, you know, being the fact that, you know, our UI design is going to be hella simple. Like, I'm going to design the UI, bro. I'm not a UI designer, but I don't have the monies to hire a UI designer. Unless anybody, you know, once we get the game, the combat and all that finalized, I'm definitely going to be leaning on the community. I'm definitely going to be leaning on the community, bro. Like I said, for voice lines, UI design, all of that. Because I don't do any of that. I don't do UI design. I don't do special effects either. I'm an animator. That's what I do. Right now, you can join the Patreon to support the game. I just posted something in the Patreon for free. Not everything is paid. We got a post of oh damn, why is it so small? Like in engine, right? Testing things out right now. Bad guys. That's the spider to the left. Given that the model is still being worked on, we can't import it, so. I'm deciding whether or not to do an alley or a warehouse. I'm thinking we may do a warehouse, or I may just redesign this area and having a big square for like a warehouse for an alley. But yeah, really interesting, really interesting. Still working on the transitional animations right now, the transitional attacks. I have to send him as far as what I want for an enemy, so he's going to give me a quote for that, because he's charging. It's per enemy, right? So you have to understand, it's per enemy design. So that may be interesting. Yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure I finalize the combat, the game document right now. That's all. Because we have stun, we have damage, we have a stagger for a stun state. But now, here's where I'm caught up. What do we do with the stun state? Because I always thinking about like depths to the gameplay. Stun state, the problem with the stun state is that like in other games, so Mad Max, right? When someone's stunned, you can go and hit them for a finisher. In Arkham games, when somebody's stunned, they're on the ground, you can hit them for a finisher. Now, can come at the cost of you can hit yourself and lose your combo, because it does take longer. I'm thinking, what if we have a whole like meta game of the enemy being stunned, where the enemy can now be like used as, what I was generally thinking was using the enemy as a weapon, where you web them up, right? You web them up and then you use them as a weapon. Bam, 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 bam. But like the programmer is still trying to figure out how to do webs. He's still trying to figure out how to do webs. I'm like, oh man. If you don't know how to do webs, that means we're gonna have to get a fucking, you know, visual effects artist, and that's gonna cost money. But what I was thinking is maybe like a stun enemy can contribute to your combo, right? I was trying to think like, okay, maybe a stun enemy can contribute to the combo, where now you have the risk of you know, the enemy recovering, and now you have to fight them again, while at the same time increasing your score. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of that. Then I was thinking maybe he can be used as a prop in the game, where you jump off of him, you spring off of him, and he unlocks like new attacks, right? Where now the enemy's stunned, now you can, you know, use him to enhance your attack somehow. That's what I was thinking. Like maybe you jump off of him, maybe, I don't know, use the enemy as a shield. I was trying to throw it out there. But at the end of the day, I think the best principle is KISS. You know, keep it simple, stupid. And I'm like, in that case, right? Why even have a stun state? But you have to have a stun state if they have a stun meter. Because there's no point in building up your stun meter if it doesn't do anything. Then I was looking into Spider-Man versus Miles Morales. So Miles Morales did their takedowns differently. Miles Morales, you get up to like 5 hits on an enemy or something, on any enemy, and it unlocks a takedown, right? Once you do the takedown, then you have to hit, you know, the person 5 times again and unlock another takedown. That was separate from the Venom meter, which unlocked your Venom powers. In Spider-Man 1 and 2, the hype meter did the same thing, right? You either had the choice of using a takedown or healing. I kind of like that one. What do you guys say? I genuinely like that one because it was honestly like risk or reward. Like you could be rewarded with a takedown, but if you're low health, you could die. So I like that, but some people didn't like it. I personally liked it. I was like, I don't have a problem with that. So that's where we are right now. I'm trying to figure out what do we do in the stun state. Does that just unlock takedowns? The only way you can do a takedown is getting an enemy in a stun state? I'm like, I don't want to hide takedowns behind a stun state. But maybe that does work out, right? Maybe that does work out. Where the takedowns are only unlocked during a stun state. And I'm trying to see, how does that balance with the hypersense and the damage and everything? Because the original thing was that his health just regenerates. But we can do it where the takedowns regenerate your health. Where if you get hit, the only way to regenerate your health is via a takedown. I'm just trying to think. Maybe stuns can only do special takedowns? Maybe stuns can only do special takedowns? What's the difference between a takedown and a special takedown? That's the thing. Like, when do you have access to a takedown and when do you have access to special takedown? If you only have access to special takedowns during stuns, then what's the point? There's not enough reward for the player to go the route of stunning an enemy. I think the reward in like God of War was that you stun the enemy and you got this reward of this cinematic, you know, this takedown where Kratos, you know, ripped somebody apart, or, you know, it was like a sequence. But now replaying those games, it was kind of irritating after a while in some cases, because it was like, okay, I don't want to have to press the circle to do this and go through this whole sequence. I just want to kill you. But you also had that option of actually not pressing circle and just killing them. So I appreciate that. R.I.P. to Matumbo. Yeah, R.I.P. Matumbo, bro. Pour one out for the dead homies. English or Spanish? What do you mean English or Spanish? Like, I don't know, pantsing an enemy for a stun takedown. Well, that would be more of tricks, right? That would be more of tricks in the game. But I'm trying to figure out how do you program someone's pants to come down, right? Like, there's like concepts and then making those concepts a reality. That's the only thing. So now I'm thinking, okay, maybe that may be too much of a technical feat, right? Because I'm sure there's a way to do it, but you would probably have to duplicate the pants, have a model, you know, without the pants. I'm just thinking, but I don't know if that's more bang for my buck. That's the only thing. Like, I think that would be cool. Kind of like in you know, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where he webs Rhino's pants down to mock him. But I'm also thinking, what's the time of development for webbing someone's pants down? Right? Like, what's the time frame for my programmer to figure that out? That's also what I have to think about, is the risk and reward of even implementing something like that. Like, how do you even if you do implement it, how do you prototype that to begin with? So yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, maybe we don't go that route, even though that would be cool. Maybe we go that route in full funded. Maybe we go a different route where it's not so technically difficult to do. That's all. You should have a comic accurate Spider-Man regeneration, how he always gains endurance over time, even when taking a beating. That would be awesome, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, the regeneration's not, I mean, there's not really a game mechanic, so to speak. It's just that, you know, if you don't get hit, your health goes back up. But the problem with that, the problem with self-regeneration is that what players will do is try to avoid taking damage. So instead of engaging in combat, if you know you have self-regeneration, what the game is basically rewarding you is running away from combat. You would think that it would teach you to get good at combat, but in many cases, players they'll just run away from the enemies. That's the only thing. So that's what I was also thinking about. It's like, that'll probably be abused. And there's nothing worse than running away from combat and then still getting killed. There's no worse feeling than that. Then you're running away and then some, enemy freaking, shoots you or, throws something at you, you die. There's no worse feeling than that. So I was trying to come up with a way that would have the player be active in combat. That's the only thing. If we have health regeneration upon you not getting damage, well, the players should be like, okay, well, I don't get damaged by running away from enemies. And I don't think that's really a proactive way to handle it. That was originally what I was going to go through, because I was like, yo, he regenerates his health. I'm like, that would be comic accurate. It just wouldn't translate to fun gameplay wise. You can also make different animations of people taking their pants off and fighting in their underwear. No, they're not going to fight in their underwear. They would have to pull their pants up. The issue is not the pants. The issue is, how do you get that to work in engine, right? How do you program, hey, upon me hitting this button, this now switches the model with the pants down model that plays that animation down, that then has the enemy go into the state of his pants are down, then pulls it up. It's more of the technical aspect than the conceptual aspect, if you get what I'm saying. Like with Wolverine, Spider-Man's healing factor is very different than Wolverine. Although this character isn't Spider-Man, yeah, it wouldn't be anywhere near that. It would be a slow regain. That's what it would be. Now, obviously, through power-ups and stuff like that, you could regain his health. Why are y'all fixed on bare booty fighting a guy? Keep the pants on. Nigga, if you don't know anything about Spider-Man, close your mouth, bro. Just keep quiet. Because we're all referencing the Rhino fight. If you're a weirdo, then just say you're a weirdo, bro. Just say you're a weirdo. Okay, Urban? We all talking about real shit. This nigga was talking about, man, why are you so concerned with your pants off, man? With the dad. Why are you concerned with your pants off, man? Which, like, bro, do you even like watch movies, bro? Like, this is obviously a reference. Like, what are you talking about? Keep quiet. Just shh. Go watch, I don't know, Transformers. Where the fuck you watch? We talking about real shit right now, bro. You fucking uneducated, uncultured swine. Like, get out of here. Anyways, back to business, as I was saying. You can do the regeneration, but in the form of Far Cry style animations, like where you snap your arm back into place or take bullets out of your skin. That works in a first-person game, right? It doesn't really work in like a beat 'em up, because the problem with the beat 'em up, you're not gonna have time to play that animation. That animation's anywhere, even with TASM. I think TASM series did that. TASM series, because he would heal by webbing up his arm. The only way you do that is if you have some time to heal your arm. you're not gonna have time to heal your arm in this arena. That's the only thing. It'd be like in Batman, right? Batman Arkham, where you're doing the little AR challenges. You're not gonna have time to play that animation. You're just not gonna have time because you're surrounded by enemies, and they're all like, "Yo, attack." So you're just not gonna have time to do that. That's the only thing. I was gonna do. I'm still thinking about it. I was gonna do, because I don't like how, you know, Spider-Man, the Insomniac version does it, where it's just you push up a bar and you just go shh. That seems cheap to me. I was gonna do was a healing barrier. So in the comics, he can do a cocoon and heal himself, right? He can web himself up in a cocoon to accelerate his healing. That's what I was thinking about. But the problem with that is that's too big of a movement for the player to constantly keep doing. It's too big of a gesture for the player, like, to web themselves up. Maybe as like an ultimate healing factor, but it's just too much. So that's when I was thinking, well, why not have the enemies? Either you defeat an enemy, you gain health, or you do a takedown on an enemy, and you gain health, because it rewards you being engaged in combat. That's something I like with Doom. So upon you doing a takedown, now you get health. The only way you can get health is getting a takedown. The only way you can get a takedown is stunning an enemy. The only way you get a stunned enemy is through attacking the enemy with stun attacks, right? So there's a certain level of fun, but there's also a certain level of skill in order to get that health back. Because you don't want to freaking, you know, punish the player for playing the game. That's the only thing. Does he get stronger for a few seconds after the cocoon? That'd be dope. Did you not hear what the fuck I said about the cocoon? All of those are just buffs. All of that can be addressed. But yeah, the thing would be, as far as you do a finisher, and that gives you back health. That's what that would do. So it's kind of rewarding the player for being good at the game. That's what would happen. In most games, it's pretty standard. The stronger the enemy, the more health you gain. In most games. I don't know most games. I'm talking about Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2, that wasn't the case. None of the Insomniac games, that was the case. Even the older games, that wasn't the case. I don't even remember the older games. Like TASM 2, that wasn't the case in TASM 2. It wasn't the case in TASM 1. Yeah, I don't know what games you're talking about that do that. I know Doom does that. You can use level assets from the Matrix project. They are open source. Level assets from the Matrix project. Wasn't the Matrix project just an open road? Am I missing something? Yeah, this was the Matrix project. I don't know what I would use from here. Yeah, there's nothing inside these buildings. Maybe I can just make a road. But here's the thing. The problem with this is that this is hyper-realistic. This is not the look that I'm going for. It's hyper-realistic. Maybe you can apply a shader over this or something, but that's not what I'm going for. Will you still consider implementing the fear takedown from Arkham? I was thinking about that. I still was thinking about that. It's on the table. It's on the table as far as the fear takedown. The only problem I have with the fear takedown is it just doesn't feel fresh. Now, I can make it feel fresh, right, by incorporating... I would just have to make it feel fresh. That's the only thing. Because going from one person, that's just, there's nothing fresh about that. I was thinking about incorporating environment, right? Incorporating the environment into that, you know, that special takedown. I don't know, man. Please don't do the fear takedown. But I honestly, I like the link-up attack, to be honest with you. I do like the link-up attacks. I do like the link-up attacks. To be honest with you, I think the link-up attacks are just more fresh of a concept that has not been done before. That I think would catch people off guard. The only problem is the link-up attack outdated? For those of you who don't know, link-up. I just would have to get this to work. I can go forward with the link-up attacks. Honestly, I just have to make sure that they feel good. Because it's a more calculated way, but it's more time consuming. That's the problem. I don't know how it would feel in the middle of combat. That's the only thing. But you haven't seen any game do this. So that's why it would be cool. You've seen as far as, you know what? I think we're going to go through with it. With the link up. I think we're going to go through with the link up. I think takedown, but maybe, what if I could, as far as innovate on the takedown mechanic? Because then I was thinking about, how do you marry both of them? Maybe there's a way to marry both of these mechanics. Like, how do you marry both of the mechanics? I don't know, man. I'm just, would you like to use Health Cocoon? Yes, no, skip to upgrade screen. Listen, I'm not going to create something that if people aren't going to use it. That's a waste of an animation and an asset. It's a waste of manpower. But the goal is to make this demo be fire to promote the you know, the Kickstarter, so we can get it fully funded. That would be the whole purpose. Question is, what all enemies can you use the multi takedown on? Because even in Arkham, they only have a select type of enemies you can use it on. You can use it on all of them in Arkham. What are you talking about? Aside, you just can't use them on the brutes, but everyone else you can use it on. Like the regular enemies, you can use it on. You just can't use them on the brutes. That's the only thing. Would you say it's determined to be fire? I would say it's predetermined to be fire. That's why I would say, Manny. That's what I would say. Based off of what I want to achieve, yes. I just want the best for the demo, because I know the demo, it's either gonna make or break the fucking, you know, the funding. It's either gonna make or break the funding. That's the only thing. And I'm trying to think, is there a way to make the fear takedown? Is there a way to make the fear takedown better? And I'm thinking, like, you can incorporate, you know, enemies, you can incorporate like environmental attacks. That's what I'm thinking. But I think even in this, even the fear takedown, I think you can incorporate the environment, right? Because I think, bam. I don't know, man. Why don't you like the fear takedown? Who is it that said they don't like it? Jumpsuit. Why don't you like the fear takedown? I don't understand. Now, I will say it feels kind of like all games are doing it, though. Because I know Ghost of Tsushima, they did a fear takedown. I was like, not really feeling it. Not really. I wasn't really feeling the fear takedown of Ghost of Tsushima, to be honest with you. Fear takedown is the game playing for you. Some people so love fear takedowns, hate the Amazing Spider-Man games, Web Rush. No, let's hold on. I think because the Web Rush, you're not really doing anything that's that cool, I would argue. With the Web Rush is just a way for you to get around. Like, the fear takedown is a very cinematic experience. The Web Rush is just you going from one point to another point. Now, he may jump and flip, but it's like, well, I want to do that. The problem with Web Rush is that you can do all this. I think it takes away the ability from the player, but doesn't give them that much back. That's the problem. It takes the ability away from the player, but doesn't give them that much back. Like, there's no mechanic in the game where I can take out 5 freaking enemies in, like, you know, a few seconds. There's no mechanic in the game that allows me to do all this. That's why it's special. Overall, it's a button press. Yeah, but it's a cool fucking button press. The rule of cool will always win. There's no mechanic in the game in Batman that allows you to do this without this mechanic. There's nothing. There's nothing in the game that allows you to do that. With the Web Rush, I mean, I think it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I think the Web Rush is cool. I just think it's not cool enough. That's the problem. That's what I would say. It's not cool enough. That's what I would say. It's not cool enough.
And perform some incredible moves that you've never been able to do in a Spider-Man game before.
Cool, but gameplay,
that's where the Web Rush comes in.
Fine.
When you're in Manhattan in the open world, you can press the Web Rush button and have a variety of navigational choices in front of you. And as soon as you pick one and release the button, Spider-Man will actually not simply go there, he will actually use his environment to go there in an incredible acrobatic fashion that you used to see only in the movies.
Why not just let me do this? That's all I'm saying. Why not just let me do this? I don't know, man. I get that the mechanic is very simplistic, where it's point and click, but I think it makes up for that because of the cinematic approach. I think it makes up for it because of the cinematic approach, because it's so fucking cool to see. It's crazy cool to see, bro. That's all I'm saying. But like you guys said maybe do both. Where you use the link up attacks to build up to you know, a takedown. I just don't know if this will slow down gameplay. That's the thing. It definitely will slow down gameplay because it's a little more precise. It's a little more precise because you have to link the next enemy and the next enemy. Definitely aged out. You heard Rocksteady's making an exclusive Batman game? Yeah, I heard. You should do an animation where there's one guy left. He starts apologizing, surrendering, and begging for you not to hurt him. Not every time, but once in a while. That'd be hilarious. That's like, bro, that's like way down the pipeline, my guy. We're at this stage, bro. We're at this stage. You talking about this stage? We're nowhere near there. We're at the point of finalizing the mechanics. That's where we're at the point. of which mechanic is going to be the selling point of the game. Maybe have the button press depend on the stance or state of the enemy. There are no stances. There is no state of the enemy. If anything right now, there would be a stun state. But right now, it's just depending between, do we go the fear takedown route? Do we go the link-up mechanic? I like the link-up mechanic. Maybe we can do both. I don't know. Maybe we can do both. Maybe we can do both. Because this is not something you do all the time. The thing with this is, I don't know if you would do this all the time. Maybe there could be something, instead of a button press, there's like a flash or something that you have to hit. But even with the flash, it's still the same. The thing jumpsuit is the same concept. That's what you have to understand. Because all you're doing is pressing a button for the most part. You may be moving the analog stick, but it's the same concept. These two are, I would say, are arguably the same. It's the same mechanic. I would argue. It's the same mechanic. The only difference is that the enemies get knocked down permanently in this mechanic. Whereas in the link up, they don't get knocked down. That's the only difference, that they don't get knocked down. I mean, they don't get permanently knocked down. But it's the same thing. You're moving the analog stick to link up another enemy. And then you're moving the analog stick to link up, another enemy. And then you're executing, pressing the button. Right? Press button. And then you have to press the button. It's the same thing with this. You're moving the analog stick to another enemy, pressing button, analog stick to another enemy, and pressing button. But you don't think, as far as seeing, like, the character in like a crazy pose, punching somebody and stuff like that, you don't think that would be cool? That's what I'm just thinking about. Although I guess you could do this, but the only thing is this would slow down. Because this is the animation that's slowing down, right? This is not the player slowing it down. This is the animation that's just slowing down. So you're forcing the player to see this again and again and again and again. That's the only thing where I feel like, unless there is a plethora of these combat animations, this would get stale over time. But I guess you can't say that, because even with, like, NBA Street, the tricks don't get stale over time, because it's just there's something fun to do. It's fun to do. I don't know. I'm just having second thoughts. That's the only thing on the link up. Because I don't want to spend this money, do the link up mechanic, and then it'd be like, this really ain't it. But it would be something fresh. Or I can just make, the takedown mechanic fresh. Yeah, because you can use environments when doing the takedown. You can't do environmental things. They have to be slowed down to register well, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you mean they have to be slowed down to register well? What has to be slowed down to register well? This doesn't have to be slowed down. I mean, it does slow down so you can pick the next enemy. Either way, it's going to slow down. throughout the game, right? The difference is you use this throughout the game. You don't use this throughout the game, right? These are very select moments where you use this mechanic. But maybe I can have the same thing. Maybe I can just have this to be like an ultimate, you use your hypersense bar to build up to this. And it actually takes down 3 enemies. Maybe I mesh the two. Where instead of this is something that you just use throughout the game, this will actually be like a special move. A special move that actually takes down the enemies. It takes down the enemies and you have to, you know, build up your bar to use it. That could be a way to balance it out. I just want to have control of the camera. I like that how this camera, even though it's not, camera doesn't move anything crazy. But it's a little, I forgot what it's called, Dutch. It's a little Dutch angle, which gives a little cinematic flair to it. And then the slowness, really fucking dope. The fear takedown randomization feature makes it never get old even after playing for a while. As long as it's fast and powerful and doesn't slow the gameplay loop, it's all good. That's what I was thinking. What if, depending on the enemy, is defending, attacking, or ranged melee, you have to press the right button based on the type of enemy to continue the chain of attacks? Sure. I mean, like I said, I could, as far as add some depth to this. Like you said, as far as certain enemies need certain button prompts. Or add a, you know, a timing mechanic. Where at, you know, where there's, you know, the circle button closes in and you have to press it. Or, like you said, certain enemies have to be taken down by pressing certain button prompts. That's the difference with Batman is that it's primarily a stealth feature. If the choice feature can be more seamless, it would be something no one's ever seen before. If the choice feature can be more seamless, it would be something no one's ever seen before. What do you mean? You have my attention. Now you have my curiosity. I don't know what you mean by that, though. I know this is a primary stealth feature, but I think you can still, I think this mechanic would still be good, like, in game. Just fighting. Say you finally have, you know, your bar field, your hypersense bar field. It's like, it's 3 bars for 3 people. And you hit the button, and it's, right? You now go full freaking, you know, into, you know, the spider web, right? You embrace the spider web or some shit like that. We'll come up with the wording, but everything slows down for a second, and you choose the enemy and go bam. Because what I was thinking, basing this off of, I don't know if anybody knows this, but what I've been watching was the Action Man. I've been watching that series for a bit. Does anyone know anything about Action Man? This may just be me. Action Man? Anybody know anything about Action Man? Anybody know this? Pump it up. But anyways, what he does is he slows down time. And it gives him different options. The best option to whatever freaking problem that he's handling. That's what it'd be. So I was thinking of maybe you slow down time, and then you see like yourself, you know, you move the reticle to one person, you see like an after image of you punching them, right? Or something to enhance it to some degree. I don't know. It would just have to be something that takes this to the next step. Because I agree, I can't stand that it's just press and hit. it's the same thing with the stealth chain assassinations from Ghost of Tsushima. Like there's like, it's brain dead, bro. It's just a brain dead mechanic. I don't like this mechanic as it is. But the chain assassination is brain dead. Like there's no skill involved whatsoever. You just bam, 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 bam. How the player chooses which enemy to attack. Like Opaque said, if there were button prompts that could be pressed in quick succession, it can not only be faster, but also have a skill ceiling. What do you mean, if there is bumper prompts that could be pressed in quick succession? I don't understand. I don't understand. I just think that this speed works better for the game. And it doesn't get boring, right? The problem with this is that it would get boring after a while, I feel. Because you'd see the same animation over and over again. And you'd be like, okay, it was cool the first time. The fourth time me seeing him, you know, web this guy, hit this guy, and do that is going to be like, all right. Yeah, I don't. It's kind of like the tricks in Spider-Man 1 of him doing the flips, and it's like, okay, I've seen this before. It's not going to last me. Maybe for the fear takedowns, you can add a web shot to other enemies' faces or feet, but they are unavailable for takedown for gameplay balance, and then you go and take down the enemies. Don't know about that one. It could even be kind of rhythmic. You have to be quick on your feet to get the full chain. I get it, but how? That's the thing. Because that's what I was thinking of, some type of rhythmic mechanic that you have to do. So there can be a fail sequence. Right? There has to be a fail sequence. Because there is no fail sequence of this. The only way you fail is that if you fail to choose another enemy. But I'm just trying to think, how would that work? I do like the player choosing which one to go to. Maybe each enemy type has a certain button that triggers its takedown once you enter that mode. That might come off as a quick time event, though. It's hard to explain. That's what I'm saying. Because I was thinking of maybe, you know, enemies who are guarded, they'll maybe have a stance or something like this, where you then have to press a sequence of square, triangle, right? Square, triangle for the guard enemies, because you have to push square to break their guard, and then triangle to attack. Or web, right? Web to web their guard, and then square to attack. So that way we have square, triangle, you know, triangle, square, circle, square, stuff like that. But then you can't really have like a lot of variation there, because then it's like, okay, I'm not gonna remember a fucking square, triangle, and then triangle, square to take this guy down. I'm not gonna remember that. Like the infamous Second Son Neo slow-mo shot with the fear takedown. I don't remember Second Son. So Second Son, slow-mo shot. What is this? You only have 480? Interesting. Okay, I hear you. so we could have a stun and damage. No, we can't have stun and damage. Problem, we can't have stun and damage because stun and damage is tied to the perfect dodge mechanic. The perfect dodge mechanic is tied to that. Do that but with webs. Then what's the point? Then there's really no option. What's really the option? Web them or what? Hurt them and then they get knocked down anyway? There is something here though, where you can choose. There is something here. There's something here. There's meat on this bone though. I will say there's something here where you can do you have some choice of how to take down the enemy. Right? It gives the player an option based off of how they want to play. I just don't know what it would be. There is something here though. Because here you have obviously a headshot or a tank. Basically setting up the fight after the fear takedown. Well, the fear takedown is supposed to be an end-all be-all, right? Because you're not going to spend your whole freaking your bar on something that's going to leave the enemy alive. Or not severely damaged. Where some are webbed and you are being jumped. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. But that is interesting. Yeah, because this, like, the I hate the chain assassination. I really do hate them. I really do hate them with a passion because it's just brain dead, bro. There's, like, nothing involved in this. It's just assassinate. But this is interesting. Just, I don't know, I just have to brainstorm on what it could be. That's the only thing. I'd have to brainstorm on what it could be. Unless you guys have ideas, let me know. Because I can't think of anything that would, So if I use stun or damage, it would just be a more powerful freaking perfect dodge, and I don't like that. I want it to be something new unto itself, where it actually like changes the impact of combat. Is the fear takedown used before the fight or during? It would be during the fight. There is no stealth. It's combat. Think of a beat 'em up. There is no stealth in beat 'em ups. It's combat. So everything would be in game. In combat. Oh damn, he looks old. That's crazy. Good question is, what would stun look like? What would it give the player to stun them instead of damage them? The point wouldn't matter because the stun would be from perfect dodge. Upon you doing a perfect dodge, you choose to stun or damage the enemy. Now, upon them being fully stunned, that would then lead you, I guess I would argue, lead you to a takedown. You would be able to do a fancy takedown. Where all the enemies pile onto you when you're at the end of your health, then you can mash buttons to get out, but it's probably it gets progressively harder. Yeah, I mean, we've seen that before with God of War 3, where the enemies jump on you. That's all niceties. Niceties can be added on top of a main mechanic. Just trying to figure out the main mechanic right now. Okay, I thought you meant for the fear takedown. Well, no, I was thinking about the fear takedown, but it contradicts the perfect dodge. The perfect dodge allows you to do a fear to allows you to do stun or damage. That's what the perfect dodge does. So the takedown, the fear takedown, quote unquote, would have to do something more than that. It would have to give the player a reason to hit it. The reason to do the let's say we'll do the perfect takedown or some shit like that, right? The reason to do the perfect takedown is that it allows you to take down multiple enemies at once, right? It was the same concept of the link-up mechanic, is that it allows you to take down multiple enemies at once in a stylistic fashion. I don't have an issue with that. The issue would be is that it's too brain dead of a mechanic, right? It's too simple. It's too streamlined. There is no fail state in this sequence. There's no fail state. All you have to do is move and press button, move and press button. So right now, what I was thinking is, how do you add depth to the sequence? That's the whole point, is to add depth to the sequence. So the player just doesn't disengage and just do button, 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 button. Like, it would be great if there were certain choices that were best used for the enemy. Maybe certain enemies only can be infected by certain environmental attacks. Whereas, like, hey, this enemy, you would have to use the environment to take this enemy down. This enemy would only be able to be knocked down via, I don't know, something else, via web or something like that. Or even with heavy or light, right? Where square would be light attacks, heavy would be, triangle would be heavy attacks. Where certain enemies would only be able to be taken down by hitting, triangle or square. Now, if you hit square on an enemy that's meant to be triangle, you don't lose the sequence. They just don't get taken down, right? It's less damage, we'll say. So that way the player doesn't fully fail, but they don't get fully rewarded either. Like kicking the gun out of the hand before backflipping a close encounter perfect dodge. I mean, that could be one of them, sure. I'm using a lot of the movies for reference. So kicking the gun out would not, I mean, that would be a thing to do. But one of the sequences would be, doing the backflip to kick a knife or a gun out. Kind of like in Spider-Man 1. Spider-Man 1 by Raimi. To make it more engaging, add something you need to press in time, like Sifu. Sifu is still brain dead, though, I would argue. The only thing that Sifu does is add a little time circle around it. That's just not enough, for me anyway. Wait, is this the same person? Oh, they have different takedown montages. It's just not enough for me. Final boss Allen Raids. I think the time thing that they did was cool, but it was just like the only difference between that and Batman is that you see the time, because this has a time limit, right? You just can't forever stay in this point where he's slowing down. If you don't press anything, you'll lose the takedown. So I don't think Sifu did anything to really enhance this mechanic. That's I mean, because it's the same concept. The only difference, it would be like if you saw a time at, right here, a time limit that's doing, right? They just do it more organically by, like, if you don't press the button, you get out of this, this takedown mechanic. The sequence ends, essentially. And I like that better than how, pressing a button. Because the difference with Sifu is that it's not really a sequence per se. Where is it? Sifu? I forgot what it's even called. I don't even know what it's even called. Does anyone know what the mechanic's called? I don't know what it's called. Same with Ghost of Tsushima. There's also a time limit with the chain assassination. That's what I'm saying. It's just, it does it organic, right? Like if you don't press the chain assassination, you just get taken out of the sequence, right? There is no time limit. I mean, there is no time meter that goes up that does that. Because I don't think it's needed. But as far as maybe choosing, can you be damaged during the sequence? Could give a reason to exit the sequence. No. That would kind of defeat the whole purpose of the sequence. The whole purpose of the sequence is that you're moving so fast that the enemies don't have time to respond. Right? This would be something that only Spider-Man or someone with those powers would have to be able to do. And it also gets me what I really like, which is, you know, the... What do you call it? When I was saying the one. Remember the fight scene I was talking about in the one? This scene. Remember this?
Rizza.
It gives me this scene. Okay, I can't fucking play because it's copyright. But it gives me this scene, right? Where he's just so fast. Bam! That's where it gives me, because that's what I want. Remember I was talking about this? Like, I want this. I can get this sequence with takedowns, right? Where he's just moving so fast. Where everything just slows down. Where he just, bam. Bam. Right? It gives me that sequence. I'm down for that. Because you have to understand, in all Batman sequences, he's not jumping. He's not really doing backflips or anything like that. So can you imagine seeing, you know, I won't say Spider-Man, but can you imagine seeing the Spider punch someone, doing a backflip, flip, you know, kneeing them, sliding under someone, or jumping off of the, you know, jumping off the enemy to hit the next person? I think that would be fucking amazing. I think that would be freaking amazing, bruh. Right? Because he's just really, I won't say sliding, but he's just really just moving from one person with just takedowns, right? He's doing a shuffle, right? Shuffle to this person, shuffle to that person. He's not really jumping and flipping and doing all that. Even with Ghost of Tsushima, he's not really jumping or flipping. It's very much standard. It's very, very much a standard bam, and then bam, and then bam. So if you can imagine the player punching somebody, doing a backflip, right? I just imagine this shot of the enemy just pop, 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 and you see it, all the bullets like whizzing by. Bam! That shit would be fire. So it's like peak Spider-Man speed. Yes, mixing in with the spider's athleticism. Yes, that's what I want to achieve. Exactly. That's what I want to achieve. And I don't think any of the games that have used it have achieved that. Like Batman, right? He doesn't fight like Spider-Man or the Spider. He's very much nuts and bolts, right? I'm not trying to be flashy. I'm trying to do the fastest and most lethal way to get this person down, right? He's not flipping. He's doing a lot of spins and a lot of twirls. But can you imagine, like, the Spider jumping or webbing over, bam, flipping over and kneeing another guy? I think that would be fucking amazing. That would be amazing and would give me what I want for the sequence. But the only issue I have is that it's too brain dead right now. It's just brain dead. That's the only thing. It's just too brain dead. So that's what I'm trying to think. How's there a way to add some depth to this sequence so that the player is just not moving stick left, moving stick right, press X, 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 right? Where there's maybe at least some strategy that can be involved. Like if you want to be brain dead, because the whole point of the game is, is to have some depth. There are those games where you can just, play the game and just, do the basics and beat the game. And then there's those where it's like, well, if you just timed it, you could have gotten an extra bonus onto your score. You could have done a little extra damage if you just use this mechanic combined with that mechanic, right? I always love those games because it always allows for a second playthrough. The moment in time where you get to I don't know, you have to look up online, like what's the best way to go about this? I think those are the best games. Where it's like, okay, this mechanic, you can master this by pressing that, blah, 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 blah. Invalid link, I'll give you a new one. So that's what I'm trying to create with this mechanic. Is to where if you want to just press square on the enemy, yeah, you can. But if you had beaten that guy by pressing triangle, you would have gotten more damage. You would have gotten more, XP or bonus for your, for the combo. You can press square and he'll be taken out, or you can press triangle and he'll actually be taken out, right? Whereas square, he'll only be damaged. He'll be damaged significantly, but not to the point of him actually being taken out. Had you done it this way, right? There's a right way and a wrong way, but the wrong way doesn't really, it doesn't really punish the player. It's just a less effective manner, if you get what I'm saying. It's just a less effective way. There are certain sequences, right, where you can just go in there and just knock people out. Or you can go stealth and build it up by using, smoke bombs and using the gadgets that you have. That's all. Watch episode 2 of The Penguin. Yes, I watched episode 2 of The Penguin. I was just going to do a video review of it today. I just woke up late. That's the selling point right there, hands down. It's just hard as shit to create a system if you want some complexity. I agree. Let the player control the transition to the next enemy. It could be like when Spider-Man is webbing through the city and you can do little moves during his hang time. Well, in this sequence, you can control where Batman goes. You have full control over this sequence. Right? There's a moment where it slows down, right? It slows down, and you have full control. Full control. You can target this guy. You can target that guy. Given as far as the distance that he may be able to go, you can even target this guy. But you have full control over the sequence. What I'm talking about is, you see that it just says fear multi-takedown? That's the extent of the input from the player. So you're literally just choosing the next enemy and then pressing X. That's it. The goal is to create some to create some depth to this mechanic to where it's not just X. If that makes sense. Or it can be X, but you can maybe use jumping off of this to attack him to get extra, extra damage. You jump off of the environment to attack, you get extra damage. You just go straight and attack them, you get extra stun or something like that. If that makes sense. Look up Metal Gear Solid 5 multi-takedowns. Bet. So with that system, is there any strategic value to pressing square on an enemy instead of triangle? Like maybe having triangle takes up more of the time and or hypersense bar. Okay, that's interesting. Because in the game, there's a damage bar and there's a stun bar, right? So maybe maybe this mechanic, right? Pressing triangle gets you more damage. Trying to think. Maybe it gets you more damage and stun. It gets you more damage and stun, but it costs more of the hypersense bar as opposed to pressing X. or square. Pressing square, you get to hit more enemies. Pressing triangle, maybe you get more damage. Kind of similar to how the combat is, where square is light attacks, triangle is heavy. Metal Gear Solid 5. I didn't know Metal Gear Solid 5 had multi-takedowns. Where do you see multi-takedowns? Multiple guard takedowns? This really isn't multi. I'm thinking of like 2 enemies at once. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's the same animation for all of them though. He's not switching up his animations. It's the same bam, bam, bam attacks. Am I missing something? A throw. Crack. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know. Sounds like you want to make a Devil May Cry style game. I don't know what that means. Devil May Cry has air combo. We don't have that. But there are going to be elements probably adopted. Yeah, that's how games are created. That's how innovation works. Yeah, it's just an individual takedown, but with a group of stun enemies. Yeah, I hear it. I mean, I'm not aware that Metal Gear Solid is one for Flash. I could be wrong, but I'm not aware of it. But yeah, it's just about creating depth to this sequence. That's all. Like, how do you create some depth to this? That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I think there are a lot of games that don't dual takedowns, and I'm just like, that's fucking stupid. But I can also see it's like, I guess it's kind of difficult to incorporate a dual takedown. What if do the one everyone in slow motion while you move at regular speed? Everyone is slow motion while you move at regular speed. So the concept of that was going to be with the dodge. That's where that concept was going to be with. I'm breaking all the mechanics of the game. So how it works is if you dodge, I think it's dodge 6 times, right? If you get like a perfect dodge 6 times in a row, then it goes into like hypersense mode or something like that. We'll call it something else. But it's essentially like witch time, where everything does slow down and you're like in this state where you can just do attacks and stuff like that. That's more of a reward for the player just dodging attacks. We may take that away, because I'm thinking maybe the reward would be the stun, extra stun or damage. But no, I don't like as far as everyone in slow motion and you're just at regular speed. I don't like that. Because that's what this is essentially. This is just that concept, except with just better execution. Because I like this because it allows me to get It allows me to get the one sequence. That's what it allows me to have. It allows me to get this sequence, which is the sequence that I wanted to get. It allows me to have this sequence, right, of him just being so fast that all these people are just in midair. That's what I like. Check out Splinter Cell multi-takedown, see if it has some ideas to take from. I checked out Splinter Cell multi-takedowns. Like, I played Blacklist. I think it's Blacklist. I love Blacklist. Blacklist is fucking amazing. I love that. But the thing was with Blacklist, those are all long range. And once again, brain dead. There is no execution in anything of when it comes to multi-takedowns of Blacklist. You just aim and click, right? You mark your targets. For those who don't know Blacklist, Splinter Cell Blacklist, I don't know anyone who hasn't played Splinter Cell Blacklist. Like, how have you not played Splinter Cell Blacklist? Multi-takedown. Blacklist was like one of my favorites, to be honest with you. Where is it? Let me see if I can just do this. All kinds of content. Ubisoft, yeah. Like, for example, right? So he marked all these enemies. He marked... Oh, wow, they're not showing the marking. That sucks. Okay, thank you, Matos. Where is it? Where is it? Like, he'll mark, you can mark. There it is. Okay, so you'll be able to mark enemies, right? So you can mark the mark enemies and then just play them. But there is no failing this mode. That's the thing. There is no failing this mode. That's the thing. There's no depth to this mechanic. None. Right? There's no way you can miss. There's no way you can miss. Like, it's a guaranteed hit every single time. It's dope. Don't get me wrong, it's dope. To have him just take out like 3 or 4 guys, hella dope. But it's brain dead. That's all. It's just brain dead. So, like I said, the goal is to make this mechanic less brain dead. That's the goal, is to make the mechanic less brain dead. Like, how do you add some depth to this mechanic? That's the only thing. So if y'all have any ideas, please let me know. Because I've been brainstorming. I just couldn't come up. I know I'm thinking I do want like some type of timer, right? Or some type of rhythmic mechanic to it. Because I was thinking of I do like this though as well. Possibly somehow to incorporate, like, do you do damage? Do you do stun? Maybe I can just lean into that, right? Do you damage the enemy or do you do stun? Because there are going to be enemies who are more susceptible to damage than they are to stun attacks. So maybe I just lean all in with damage and stun. What do you think of having a special button combos like fighting games for each takedown? Having special button combos like fighting games for each takedown. I don't know what you mean special button combos. Oh, like special attacks and stuff like that? I don't know. What I was gonna leave that alone. The special buttons would be for tricks. And I'm still I like the concept of tricks. I'm trying to figure out a way to implement them. I'm just trying to figure out a way to implement them. That's the only thing. There's the concept of tricks I have to implement that I'm just hitting a wall with them. There is what to do with stunned enemies once they're in a stun state. I'm leaning towards probably a special takedown, right? Once you get them to a stun state, you can do a special takedown. Um, but I also like you can do a special takedown, and then you can always do an environmental takedown. I'm thinking you can always do an environmental takedown, but if you want an actual takedown, you would have to, you know, stun the enemy and get them in a stun state. I still am not really sold on that. I feel like there's more you can do in a stun state. I don't know, just thinking. Is webbing an enemy in place considered a stun? No. So how the webs work here in the game, I'm thinking, it's going to be more of like web balls. They're going to be mostly used as like attacks, like mini attacks. Like mini attacks. But I really need to figure this out, because this is the biggest, this is really the sell-all, end-all, be-all to the game. All the finishers are cool, all the environmental takedowns are cool, but that mechanic has to be dope. The tether mechanic, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Tether mechanic is cool, but I think this mechanic is more visceral, and it would definitely be something included in like the trailer. Definitely something included in the trailer. That's why I want to make sure that I have to make this work. It works right now. It's just a brain dead mechanic. Brain dead mechanic. And I can't stand brain dead stuff. That's why I have to add some depth to this. Because I'm like, this is just it's fucking dumb right now. It's just OP, I'll say. It's OP. That's what I was thinking. Maybe just lean into the damage and stun, where triangle and square is damage and stun, and depending on the enemy, you can either use damage or stun. We'll do some hectic thinking and research, and should have all ideas session schedule perhaps. I just don't. I think it's right there. I just have to figure out how do I reach these geeds? It's not bad to have an OP movement to escape the pressure. Yeah, but here's the thing. By me adding square and triangle to this, it's still an OP movement, right? It still be an OP. There's just more thought that goes in instead of brain dead point and click. Even if it's something as little, hey, do I do damage or do I do stun? Something as little as that. Square or triangle, right? Square or triangle. It still be OP. It's just it takes a little more, just takes slightly more brain power to engage with. That's all. This takes no brain power to engage with. And it's one of my biggest issues. It's one of the biggest issues I have when it comes to Ghost of Tsushima. Is that the chain assassinate, no brain power whatsoever. None. You just triangle, triangle, triangle. And then what makes it even crazier is that it tells you to hit triangle. I know, I guess Batman does, but this is like right in your face. Triangle to assassinate. I don't know, that just feels freaking brain dead to me. Call me crazy, it just feels brain dead. And then even with this, you don't even have any other options. The only option you have is to assassinate. There's no environmental assassination. There's nothing, you know, with your weapon assassinate. It's just assassinate. That's it. And I'm like, that's brain dead. I don't like brain dead mechanics, because I think brain dead mechanics lead to brain dead gamers. That's all. It's cool. It's just and then it's not as flashy as Arkham, so it's like, I don't know, just for me it loses all the coolness. You want to know what it reminds me of? Because every game is now doing this chain assassination, and that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to fucking mimic what every single fucking game is doing. Assassin's Creed has this, right? And Assassin's Creed gives you like the poor man's version of the chain assassination. Like, this shit is ass. Like, this is as brain dead as it gets. Like, what? Everyone has this version of chain assassination, and it's just as brain dead. There's no depth. It's crazy how every company is like, we're just gonna steal this idea, but not add on to it in any way, shape, or form. We're not gonna add on to it in any way, shape, or form. We're literally just gonna take the same mechanic and just implement it in our game, right? We're gonna take the same mechanic and just implement it in our game. I'm like, that's fucking dumb. That's just dumb. Like, this seems just so out of place.
Hang on.
Oh, this is Odyssey. We want Mirage. I'm not really happy with it. And it's crazy because people are like, yo, Assassin's Creed Mirage chain assassinations are amazing. I'm like, this is fucking great.
Nothing here for you.
Right? It's literally right.
Hold on. Where is it coming from?
It just seems brain dead. I don't know, Mo. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. There are people who like it, who really enjoy it. I just think this is brain dead.
Okay, so we can target,
Right?
target, and target. Let's go. So that rewards you if you play stealthily. You
But
get.
he's enjoying it, right? He's enjoying it. To me, that is fucking brain dead. That's brain dead, bro. But there are people, as you can hear, he's like, woo! To me, that's fucking brain dead. I can't stand this shit, bro. I really can't fucking stand that shit. And every game implements the same brain dead fucking take. Ghost of Tsushima, Assassin's Creed, I can't stand that shit. We've even gone so far back as to, Splinter Cell. But I'm just like, it's just brain dead. And I don't want brain dead. I just don't want brain dead. That's all I want. I don't want brain dead. And no one does it as well as Arkham. That's the funny part. No one even does it as well as Arkham. No one does it even as well as Arkham. So I'm like, you're not even implementing the mechanic as well as Arkham.
And target.
It's just like, I don't know. Him enjoying it makes me hate it even more. Him enjoying it just makes me hate it just even more, bro. But that's just me. That's just me. But I get it. People they like that shit. I get it. I get it. I just want to add just a tinge of fucking complexity to it. Just like a little bit, bro. Just a little bit. To where you're just not putting fucking, button, and you just watch it happen. Like, even with this, there's some engagement. With, like, Mirage, there's no engagement, bro. You're literally just point and click. That's crazy to me, bruh. That's fucking crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Just point and click. It's not even like there's nothing going on. I don't know, man. That's just like fucking ass. That's ass to me. Damn, Batman Arkham games have been blueprinting everything. Well, I mean, Batman Arkham, it stems from a lot of games that have done like multi, takedowns and stuff like that. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Blacklist the first one to do something like this? I could be wrong. Where you mark your targets and then you have an automatic assassination. I could be 100% wrong. This is just the game, the first game I remember that had something like this, where it's just bam, and then bam, right? I'm sure there's games before. I just think it's just ass, bro. That's all. I just think it's ass. So that's why I'm like, how do we add just a little bit of complexity? Even if I add like square and triangle, bro. To where certain enemies, it's better if you use triangle, and then other enemies, it's better if you use square. Like the bosses, like the big guys, I don't think you can take them out during the sequence. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can take out like the big brutes. You can only take out like the regular thugs. That's all. That's all I'm saying. What if you can only travel a certain distance from one enemy to another, and depending on the distance, you have to use a different attack or less lethal attack? Only travel from one distance to another. The problem I have with that is I just don't want to limit the player like that. Like, naturally, you're going to be limited to what enemy you can attack organically. Like, even with this mechanic, it organically limits what enemy you can attack based off of their position and the extent that, that the animation will play out for you to attack. Like, it wouldn't make any sense that you could, attack this person all the way over there. But Mirage just did some crazy shit for me personally. If you have environmental damage that can only kill some enemies, or what type of enemies you have the spider switch his styles and attack with to kill the target with the action style. The problem is when you have certain enemies that you have to memorize a button sequence, then it unnecessarily complicates mechanic. That's the only thing. It unnecessarily complicates mechanic, because the whole point of the mechanic is supposed to be swift and fast. So you don't want to bog down the player with, okay, this enemy needs, square, circle, triangle, triangle. This enemy is only square and circle. This enemy, you have to, it has to be organic to the mechanic. Mechanic is fast and fucking swift, right? He's taking out multiple people in like a fraction of a second. Like maybe 2 seconds, he's taking out 5 guys. 1001, 1002. So you can't expect the player to memorize a complicated, button prompts in a fast-paced sequence. So the mechanic has to match the sequence. It's just a fast-paced sequence, so you can't. That's what I'm saying, even with triangle and circle, or triangle and square, of hey, this is stun, this is heavy. Because that's already a mechanic in the game of stun. One does more stun damage and the other does more health damage to an enemy. But there's one caveat to getting all 5 takedowns. You're automatically in the position to take out the brutes by using the standard triangle circle takedown. Yeah, I agree. Once you take down all the regular, Joe Blows, right? The regular thugs, then the brutes are easier. Because then you just stun to do a stun takedown or whatever. What if you display the button sequence for each enemy on his head? The button sequence for each enemy on their head. Doesn't that feel a little bit dated? Wouldn't that feel a little bit dated to have the button prompt over an enemy's head during the sequence? I feel like that would take it, like, say for this example. You see this enemy, and it's like, I don't know, square, square, triangle. Square, square, triangle. I don't know, man. Will he have the exaggerated swagger of a Caucasian from Queens? No, he will not. Like a combo sequence based on the enemy type. I hear you. That very much reminds me of Hi-Fi Rush. And I hated those sequences, to be honest with you. I hated those sequences where you had to press like the right button at the right time. Right? I can't stand that shit. Where it was like bam, 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 bam. It wasn't, I couldn't stand it, bro. Hated that. I hated that. It was fun. But, yeah. What's the October surprise? I don't know. It's mixing them up because the modern ones are literally one button. Yeah, there's got to be another way to mix it up, though. That's all I'm saying. There's got to be another way to mix it up. Like I said, maybe we just have maybe we have a timed, like a perfect mechanic some type of way. How about this? You have multiple guys, right? Multiple guys. Multiple guys, but some guys are going to attack you faster than others. So, maybe it flashes which enemy is closest to attacking you. Now, you can attack the other guys, but, I don't know, you get damaged or something in the process. Right? That way you can choose. There's like a pattern of which person to choose. This person's about to attack you faster than that person over there. He's just brain dead. I just have to figure something out. I have to figure something out, that's all. The best way I can think of, but it's expensive, is to have many types of takedowns you can choose from. Aerial takedowns, environmental takedowns, you need to choose the right ones. Well, that same concept can be adopted to square and triangle. Instead of creating new animations, you just do, okay, this enemy takes, you know, if you choose to do a stun attack with this enemy, you'll get damaged, but it just won't be as effective. And that really depends on the variety of enemies. That's the only thing. That depends on the variety of enemies. What about incorporating the PS5 touchpad in some of the dodges fighting combos? Problem is that not everyone's going to be playing with a PS5 touchpad. So, what do you say to those who have an Xbox controller? So, unless it's going to be exclusive to PlayStation, that defeats the purpose. If I figure something out, I'll figure something out. I'll eventually figure something out. Some people can't. Fonts allow enemies to. You want to make the player feel like he's organically attacking, not triggering animation sequences. I agree. But it's the same concept. Like the same animation would play, it would just be you chose to do stun damage instead of health damage. That's all. And if you choose to do stun damage, that means that the enemy would go into a stun sequence. So that means the stun sequence there has to be some benefit to have the enemy go in a stun sequence instead of going damage. And I think that stun sequence, right? If I change instead of regenerative health, if I change the stun sequence to actually give players health by doing takedowns, then there would be a reason for the player to use stun over damage, right? Because let's say you have a bunch of enemies, you're low on health. You have your hypersense bar filled, and you trigger the sequence. Now, you can just do stun, 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 and then damage on the brute. And then once the sequence is done, you can do takedown, 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 and regain your health. So there would be that level. I think I like that. There would be a level of strategy to which one you use. Because maybe a certain enemy is difficult for you to beat them. And you're just like, I just want this enemy off the battlefield. So I'll attack them damage-wise. But for the rest, I want them in a stun state so I can, recover some health. I think I like that. We'll go with that. Let me update the document. Yeah, I think I like that. So, you regain health by putting an enemy in a stun state. Because that way, if you are low health, this could be a savior mechanic. And if you're not low health, well, you can just do damage on all of them. Just fucking damage, knock this fool out, knock that fool out, knock that fool out. That's what you could do. But at least it gives you some complexity, some depth to it, to where it's just not triangle, square, triangle, not square, X, 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 X. It's now, well, do I use this for health? Do I automatically put this enemy in a stun state to get health from him? Or do I, damage him to take him off the field? I wish there was something else that damage did, possibly. Because I can't have damage give you hypersense. Because then that would just have you in a circle. That would just have you in a fucking loop of forever takedowns. Well, I'm gonna do a takedown to get more hypersense, do another takedown to get more hypersense. I think damage, we'll just leave damage as damage. Because then you can choose how much health do you really need. If you need a lot of health, then all the enemies, I would stun all the enemies. But even though they're gonna be enemies, I could include like brutes if you include brutes, right, you would get more health, but you would have less time to attack other enemies. Like it would limit your time in hypersense. It would limit your time in hypersense. But you would get more health. That's the only thing. Instead of just doing grunts, if you get me. If I just do just grunts, then it's like, okay, got you. But if I incorporate brutes into this as well, then you could maybe just take down maybe 2 brutes, or maybe you can just use it for 1 brute. You use it for 1 brute, right? But you get a significant amount of health upon stunning this 1 brute. But because you stun this 1 brute, you still have to deal with the grunts around you. So if you get hit while coming out of this sequence, then you die or something like that. Like that. Stun state, you gain health by performing takedowns. Do fear takedown. Call it something else. You get the option of stun, of putting an enemy of stun damage. Stun puts enemy in instant stun state. Damage does excessive damage. When enemies are stunned outside of takedowns, are there any specialized throw you can use, like the web rodeo or web slam? These could affect other nearby enemies, upping their stun bar. I don't know. I have to think about that. Because I was gonna have it where you can throw enemies right off the bat. I don't think there should be anything that prevents you from throwing an enemy. So you would throw an enemy right off the bat. That's the thing. Stun state would only be for takedowns. You can use the stun, right? Once the enemy's in stun, you press a sequence, right? Square and X or something, and you do a takedown. Takedown gives you health. You don't have to do a takedown. You can keep attacking them and just increase your bonus, increase your points by hitting them more until they get knocked out, until they're down. Maybe I can add maybe something else to the stun where it's also health, or you could it could be something else. Maybe it could be more of an offensive mechanic, an enemy in stun. Where, like I said, I was gonna have it where you can use a stun enemy as like a weapon. All right. Made progress, even though this is brain dead. It's such a brain dead, bro. Brain dead mechanic. Okay. So we're happy with moving away from link up and going all in on the fear. What would you say about being able to throw enemies with your hands right off the bat and maybe use web tugs? But with the stun state, you could do more aggressive web throws. Would that be worth it? No. What's the point of using more aggressive web throws unless they give you something? Being rewarded with a better animation is not enough. There would have to be something that I get there would have to be some risk and reward for me not taking health from them. If I use a stunned enemy not to get health back, then it would have to be something else that would benefit me in combat. That would be like, oh, okay. That's why I was saying you could use them as like a weapon, right? You web them up into like a web cocoon, and you just, you know, use it as more of an AoE to knock people out until, you know, the web cocoon breaks or something. That way you get rewarded by having extra damage by doing that. But you don't get the health benefit. Even as brain dead, it will look awesome. People will enjoy Spider doing flashy multi-takedowns. I agree. I just have to make sure that there's like debris. It's just a lot of fucking shit, bro. Once you get the animations and the mechanics works, then that's when it comes to like the special sauce of like having it all tie in. It would give you higher range and more widespread stun states across the board due to the throws hitting other enemies. I guess, but then there would have to be another mechanic that would allow you to get damage in that same concept. That's the only thing. It wouldn't be balanced in that sense. Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'll think it out. I'll think it through. I like the stun enemies, take down, and get health. There could just be something else that a stun enemy could aid you in. Just can't think of anything right now. We'll figure it out. Join the Patreon. Help the development of the game. Help the development of the game, please. Programmers, visual effects artists. Unless we have any visual effects artists here who want just credit, I would greatly appreciate it. Once we get to that point. Bruh. Anyways. Let's go on to, wasn't there Jesse Lee? Rizza. That's what we've been meaning to get to. But if you have any ideas, please shoot them up in the Discord. Spider Combat Discord. That's the Discord. Hit it up, please. Make him hold the phone for a spider selfie for Jonah. I haven't even gotten into, because you remember I talked about as far as having photographs for Jonah. Well, not Jonah, for someone else. I haven't even gotten to that mechanic yet. I'm still working on the taunt mechanic. Not the taunt. Well, yeah, the taunt mechanic. I'm still working on the taunt mechanic because I'm trying to break down like how do I fucking do this, man? I like the mechanic, I like the concept, but how the fuck do I implement this? I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how do I implement this. I can't, because dance moves, I'm like, I was maybe thinking of dance moves, and then I was thinking of, well, you know, pants down, but I'm like, yo, the technical aspect of that, I don't know, maybe it's easy, maybe it's difficult, I'll shoot it by my programmer. That's the only thing, is coming up with, okay, what type of taunts are we talking about? And how does that work? Because what I have right now is that there's levels to the taunts, right? Because you know, like in NBA Street, there's levels to the tricks, right? There's levels to the tricks. I was thinking, yeah, you can have the bully dance, right? Right? I think you could do that, right? I guess there's a litany of things you can do. I just have to really bust my balls and think of some things. Because there would be levels to the tricks. That would be fun. I think that would be fun, like levels to the taunts that you do. And you would just get to lock, you know, new and better taunts. And the new and better taunts, you know, like I said, level 1 would be easy to do. Level 2, the timing would be a little more strict. Level 3 would be a very hard timing to hit. But it would be a, you know, more, you know, bonus points, and it would be a doper animation or something. But then I was thinking, that means I have to create 3 tiers of fucking taunt animations. I was like, I don't know about that one. But here's what I think we can do. What I think I could do is maybe just have one for each level, so people can get a basic concept of what I have in mind. Where level 1 would be like, I don't know, he pats someone on the head. Level 2, he break dances or something, and then level 3 he does, you know, the guns, like in Spider-Man 3, just so people can get a concept of the mechanic. That's all. But yeah. When you get there, maybe you could base Jonah off Ice Cube's character Captain Dickinson from 21 Jump Street. So it's similar, not too on the nose. I'll have to check that out. I don't know Ice Cube's. I don't remember 21 Jump Street. What was this?
Motherfucking ass up when I'm talking. You will be going undercover as high school students. You are here simply because you look young. You some Justin Bieber, Miley Cyrus looking motherfuckers.
Captain.
Lord in heaven. I don't know about that. Maybe. I don't know how I'd be able to do that one, but. Alright, let's see this. I hear this is pretty good. We're gonna shut it down. Members only. I hear it's pretty good. From what I've heard. Juggle your what? He said web balls. Like he does a bunch of web balls and he juggles or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe he takes out a book and he's like E equals MC squared, something like that. You know, to reminisce about him being a teacher. I don't know, something.
My name is Rizza, so it is an Arabic name, but my mother gave me that name at birth because she's a Muslim as well.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So when you were a kid, your mother was a Muslim then?
Mm-hmm.
So you grew up Muslim?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Absolutely.
Have you ever been a Christian, or you've always been Muslim?
Absolutely. Always been Muslim, but a good Christian is a good Muslim. Good Muslim is a good Christian, if you know the definition of the words.
Oh, okay. And what is a good Christian?
One who lives according to the principles of God, of course, 10 Commandments. The word Christian or Christ specifically means one given power by God to crush the wicked, or one who is crystallized into the oneness of God. Muslim simply means one who submits his and or her will to do the will of God. So they actually don't contradict, they complement.
And do the Muslim love the Jews?
Absolutely.
You love the Jews?
Yeah, true Jews, for sure.
I'm sorry?
True Jews, yes.
So you love the Jews?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Farrakhan didn't like the Jews. He was like blood-sucking Jews, and he was blaming them for everything. Is that true or not?
Oh, no. No, that's a separation between who are the true Jews and those who say they are Jews and are not. Same thing Jesus said in the book of Revelations 2:9 and Revelations 3:9, where he said, I know thy works. And when he's talked about specifically, he said those who say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. So there's a separation. It's like saying a Christian and a Muslim Christians who do good things, those are Christians. But people go out killing, murdering, and raping, and they say it's in the name of Christ, that's not a Christian. Same thing with Muslims. They can't claim to be a Muslim or a part of Islam. A Jew who does things that are evil, wicked, and goes against the principles of Judaism, can't call them Jews either. So it's a way of separating people who don't properly represent the belief system.
Oh, I see. Let me just, and I don't want to get into the Jew thing because I can go all day. The Jew thing I'm confused by.
Oh, okay, understood.
We have so many different kind of Jews now. I don't know who the real Jew is.
Understood.
But let me ask, are the white Jews in Israel the real Jews?
Not according to bloodline.
And meaning what, in short? Meaning what?
In short, basically those who would be converted or converted to Judaism. So specifically those who are there now are the ones who came from Europe. You're talking about Poland, you're talking about different parts of Germany, those who came over in the 1940s who were brought over. They were given access to go to different parts of Africa. They were invited, but they went into that area or that nation known as Israel or specifically Palestine. So these are white people from Europe, Poland, Germany, and other places who went into that part of the land known as Palestine. That's in short.
And so these blacks that are calling themselves black Jews,
Hebrew Israelites.
Israelites and all that.
Yep.
Are they tripping or are they real Jews too?
Oh, I believe according to what they're reading in the Bible, based off of what they know to be true, according to the words of God in the Bible, that they will qualify to be the chosen people, true Jews, Hebrew Israelites, etc. Which again, it's a lot, like you said, there's a lot that goes into this. So you'll hear Hebrew, you hear Hebrew Israelite, you'll hear Jew, you'll hear Jewish, you'll hear all of that. But when it comes to those who are white, Caucasian from Europe, who call themselves Jews in that area known as Israel specifically, are not biblically specific when it comes to who are the true Hebrew Israelites, because now you're talking about bloodline, and bloodline goes into who are the original people from God. That is talking about Hebrew Israelites. That's a bloodline circumstance. People, when it comes to Judaism or in Israel, that's a cultural circumstance, and now you're getting into what is known as Zionism. Now you're getting into Theodore Herzl. Now you're getting into the Balfour Declaration. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. But so no, in short, no. But you should learn about the Ethiopian Hebrew Israelites, those in Africa, the true Hebrews.
Those.
Oh yeah,
the Ethiopian.
Yeah, there's
Israel,
mixes
I went
and
to
everything.
Israel and I met those, and I believe that they are the real Jews, because they found them over in the Jew land.
Right.
That has not, whatever that happened with that. It was an amazing story. But let me ask, what's important to you?
The truth and helping our people to live a righteous life in general across the planet.
And what is the truth?
The truth is thoughts and ideas that are accurate and correct based upon what is real. Now, again, that's a general question, which is what is the truth? Are you saying from a spiritual perspective? Are you saying culturally, politically? What are you asking?
You said that the truth is important to you. What is the truth?
Well, the truth is that we have to live a righteous life according to righteous principles in order for us to survive. That's the truth.
And how do you know that that's the truth?
Because it says it in every righteous book, every holy book, every sense of the word when it comes to logic, reason, intelligence. Doing good is what needs to be done. Doing bad equals a large level of consequences that end with destruction, end with debauchery, end with an ending of civilization for humanity. We must do more positive things, more righteous things, so that we can have a righteous life, a good civilization, a good level of, or a good condition, I would say, for humanity.
And so, give me an example of doing good.
I would say loving your neighbor. I would say feeding the homeless. I would say educating children properly. I would say supporting the nuclear family, man, woman, and child. I would say not doing drugs. I would say
And why do you call those things good?
Because they work and they are productive. They add to civilization, add to society. They don't destroy, they don't take away.
But I noticed that when people try to do those things, number one, they never work. And then number two, the people you're trying to perform those things with, they never get better either. They don't work. And why is that?
Well, you made a statement of a falsity as a fact and then posed it as a question. So I'll say it this way. Do you believe a man, woman, child?
Israel invades Lebanon? Yo, what is going on, bro? Do we have any military people or geopolitically savvy individuals? What's happening? Enters underground tunnels. What's going on? IDF begins operation in southern Lebanon, attacks Hezbollah terror targets. What's going on? Someone tell me? IDF attacks southern Lebanon targeting Hezbollah terrorists. Ground forces are supported by Israel Air Force. IDF soldiers enter southern Lebanon as part of a ground assault on Monday night. While the conflict with Hezbollah continued to escalate increasingly, Israel's military confirmed operation during the early hours of Tuesday morning. The IDF began limited localized targeting ground raids based on precise intelligence against Hezbollah targets, terrorist targets, and infrastructure in southern Lebanon, as Rizza said. And that IDF will be carrying out a methodical plan set out by General Staff and Northern Command, which soldiers have trained and prepared for in recent months. Arabic media such as Al Jazeera and MTV Lebanon claimed that IDF tank had entered multiple villages in southern Lebanon shortly after initial reports of the ground invasion. This is what they have informed us that they are currently conducting, which are limited operations Monday. Confirmed the visual where IDF 39 took last-minute concrete measures leading. I saw this when I woke up. Didn't they kill the other leader over the weekend? Yeah, with apparently the pager explosives. What does this mean, bro? Israel invades Lebanon. Pentagon prepares what? U.S. prepares for drone-on-drone battles at military bases. What? U.S. military bases will be protected by attack drones under Pentagon plans to repel Iran-linked groups in the Middle East. On Monday, Lloyd Austin, the defense secretary, announced the U.S. would expand its replicator program, which has been developing American attack drones to be deployed against China. A new phase of the program will focus on defensive drones to be deployed at U.S. installations at home and abroad. It follows months of drone attacks on U.S. bases in the Middle East. What? Excuse me. I can speak on this given my military background. Call of Duty. Stop it. Even with your military background in Call of Duty, what does it mean, Sharif? Netanyahu, Iran regime change will come a lot sooner than people think. Prime Minister Netanyahu Monday told Iranians that regime change was looming. When Iran is finally free, and the moment will come a lot sooner than people think, everyone will be different. Netanyahu said in a video statement addressing Iranians in which she lambasted the fantastic fanatic theocrats who rule the country. Our two ancient people, the Jewish people and Persian people, will finally be at peace. Our two countries, Israel and Iran, will be at peace, he added. People out of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace. Hold on. What? What's happening, bro?
Israel pummeling Lebanon's Hezbollah militant group for a second day. A day after inflicting the highest death toll in Lebanon since the 2006 war. The two-day death toll, more than 550 people, according to the Lebanese health ministry, and nearly 2,000 more injured.
Holy fuck. Israel has been in disputed territory in Lebanon for some time, and the leader was killed in an airstrike, not the pagers. He was killed in an airstrike? Was that recent? Thought they got a whole bunch of leaders with the pagers, a whole bunch of Hezbollah leaders.
The enemy doesn't differentiate between civilians and militants, this man said. We're all civilians. The Israeli military releasing this video of a strike today in Beirut, it says, killed a top Hezbollah commander. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed today to keep it up, urging Lebanese civilians to rid themselves of Hezbollah. We'll continue to pound Hezbollah, he said. Anyone who has a missile in their living room and a rocket in their garage will not have a home. Hezbollah has been firing back, launching projectiles over the border toward Israeli towns. The huge uptick in Israeli strikes sparking a panicked exodus in Lebanon's south. Traffic backed up for hours for those fleeing, some with serious injuries. This hospital has already received dozens of injuries from the south. Some of them are being intubated in the ICU, but they're preparing to get even more. Doctors here say all of the injured they treated were civilians.
We received usual war injuries: chest, broken legs, abdominal injuries.
Many who escaped death and injury have found themselves homeless, seeking refuge in makeshift shelters. Ilham Abdullah fled southern Lebanon with her family and only the clothes on their backs. She said that after they fled, half of her home was leveled by Israeli strikes. There's no house, she told me. And when I asked her if she was afraid for the future, she said, of course.
And Matt, you were in Beirut tonight. You've talked to people. What is the sense of their biggest concerns right now?
Well, Lester, following those huge aerial bombardments and those walkie-talkie and pager explosions last week, the worry here is that Israel could be preparing for a ground invasion of the kind we saw back in 2006 that laid waste to southern Lebanon.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
So what's the exit plan? Like, when does it end? It's a ground operation.
Out of many of the images.
When does it end? Do they have a certain amount of people that they want to take down before they're like, all right, we'll head out? Like, what's the game plan?
From the state today, our North Carolina state health officials today say that 22 acute care hospitals there are now reconnected to the power grid after being on generator power for several days. They also say they're maintaining close contact with the facilities and keeping them supplied with food and water and other supplies that they need to stay operational. That is certainly welcome news, but only, as our Gary Tuckman reports, a glimmer in what are for so many right now some very dark days.
There has to be. They're not going to send ground troops into Lebanon without an exit plan. That doesn't make any sense.
This area is known as Green River Cove. It's right near Hendersonville, North Carolina, southeast of Asheville. This road is treacherous even in the best of times, and it rains, it's even more treacherous. But now it has been devastated from the remnants of the storm. You can see the guardrail is gone. The drop here off the side of the road, which has been so heavily damaged, is about 100 feet down. Cars are not supposed to be on here anymore. There are also houses below. We've talked to some people who live in the area. They say they were trying to get down.
Wait, let me get this straight. Big dog, they just stayed there? So they were just permanently gonna stay there if they didn't get their butts kicked? I don't understand what the game plan is. I understand if you want to get Hezbollah, I hear you, right? I hear you, I get you. But at what point do you say, we got them, let's evacuate, right? Let's evac, let's get our people out. Or do you just stay in there forever? I just don't understand.
Down to the houses to see if people they know are still there, because they haven't been able to find out what happened to those people, right? But they weren't able to hike down, and neither are we. We have been told that there have been helicopter rescues of people who live in the homes below, but there's absolutely no way to know for sure if there are still people who are in those homes that have been damaged below us. We decided to go down the hill farther, and what we saw is the literal and figurative end of the road. The devastation of the storm, look what it led to. This is the street right here. And you can see that the street just comes to an end before plunging down here. These boulders that are right here, the locals here say these boulders actually moved from the force of the storm.
All the houses in front of mine on the riverside of the road.
So it's throughout people about that. Please be.
A couple hours earlier, here's what both men said.
The governor's doing a very good job. He's having a hard time getting the president on the phone. I guess they're not being responsive. The federal government is not being responsive.
The president just called me yesterday afternoon. I missed him and called him right back. And he just said, hey, what do you need? And I told him, you know, we got what we need. We'll work through the federal process. He offered that if there's other things we need, just to call him directly, which I appreciate that.
Well, late today, President Biden was asked about this. Take a look.
So Trump just lied? That's crazy. Anyways.
He's going to be with us the next sent out hospital in the long
Bro, where's the dude who talks about...
Do you have a sense right now?
This is foreign affair expert reacts to Israel ground operation in Lebanon. Am I tripping, or is this whole video about fucking... about Helen? Yeah, they mislabeled their video. Fucking CNN. Where's the expert who talks about... Bro, they uploaded the same video twice. That's crazy. They uploaded the same... Y'all see this? They uploaded the same video twice. Get your shit together, bro. Get your shit together, CNN. Israel begins limited ground.
The breaking news at this moment, Israel launching a ground operation in Lebanon. The military just announcing it's conducting raids against Hezbollah along Lebanon's southern border. I want to go straight to Jeremy Diamond, who's in northern Israel, along that border with...
I mean, they will, but I don't know if there's any footage of that.
Lebanon. And Jeremy, obviously, you know, you're there, you're in your vest. This is a major escalation that we're seeing.
I just don't know, how do you get rid of Hezbollah? I don't understand. Hezbollah is a group, isn't it? So what's preventing them from just creating another group or adding new people? Like it seems like when you cut off one head, another one pops up. So it just seems, I don't know. It seems like a war of attrition. And there's a lot of casualties.
What do you understand is happening right now?
No question about it, Aaron. For months now, we have wondered whether this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah might escalate into an all-out war, whether we might one day see Israeli troops crossing into the sovereign country of Lebanon. And indeed, tonight, that is what we are seeing. Israeli ground troops supported by artillery, which you just heard right as I was saying that in the background, being fired from here in northern Israel, a couple miles away from the border, and heading straight for Lebanon, which is behind me, behind those hills there. And indeed, tonight, the Israeli military is confirming that they are carrying out this ground operation. They are characterizing it as, quote, limited, localized, and targeted ground raids based on...
That's been going on for 60 years? Big dog. When does it end? Am I missing something? When does it end?
Intelligence against Hezbollah targets along the border. I've been told that these operations are concentrated on Lebanese villages close to the border, where the Israeli military has gathered intelligence and believes that there are indeed Hezbollah targets there. Now, I've reported earlier today that the Israeli military had already begun carrying out special operations in recent days to gather intelligence in preparation for this ground offensive. And tonight, what the Israeli military is confirming is that a force of its troops is indeed crossing into Lebanon, supported by artillery fire, supported by the Air Force, and is indeed carrying out this ground operation. They want to characterize this, of course, as a limited ground operation. That was the understanding that Israeli officials reached with the White House, making clear that it would remain limited. But of course, once you have troops going from one country into another country, there is no telling where this can go from here, Aaron. And certainly with Israeli troops now going into Lebanon, going after Hezbollah on the ground, following the major escalations that we have watched over the course of the last 2 weeks, with the enormous increase in Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon, in eastern Lebanon, in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, I think it's very clear right now that this conflict between Israel and Hezbollah has indeed escalated into war. Aaron.
All right. So, Jeremy, let me just ask you, though, and I know we just heard that artillery as you were speaking. Have you sort of seen any explosions or heard anything else? Or, I mean, how are you able to sort of feel the difference where you are? And just a note to everybody.
Man, I don't want to hear this. I wanted to hear his opinion on what's going on. Rana dies. Oh, there's a ceasefire?
After
Wait, Israel rejects ceasefire proposal? This was 4 days ago. Okay. Why did Israel reject the ceasefire proposal? I don't understand. Don't want live. Israel launched this ground set.
Let's get more now on our top story and the potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon, a move that would...
Are you seeing Joker 2, bruh? Everyone is saying the ending is Gavin Newsom bad. Oh, don't say Gavin Newsom bad. Don't say that, bro. Nothing could be Gavin Newsom bad, bro. There's no way. I just don't understand why does it need a sequel? Doesn't make any sense to me. Why does it need a sequel?
signal yet another escalation in its conflict with Hezbollah. This development comes just days after the IDF assassinated the militant group's leader in Beirut. International security and intelligence expert John Blaxland says Israel will likely use momentum built over the last week to propel a potential ground invasion.
My understanding is that what we're seeing is probably some special forces operations led military movements into southern Lebanon, primed by insights on the intelligence assessments that the Israeli Defense Force would have been making really over the last year now, doing some pattern analysis, looking at the positions where the rockets have been fired from, and looking to probably go to the, what is believed to be very extensive tunnel network where many of the missiles are believed to be stored. I suspect that's the main priority for their efforts at the moment, mindful that the Hezbollah forces have been not only decapitated by the removal of their leadership, but very much, put out of place effectively because of the fact that they don't have an effective, reliable communications network anymore. So the Israelis will be looking to capitalise on the momentum that's built by the actions that they've taken over the last week and increasingly over the last few days, putting increasingly the Hezbollah further on the back foot and looking to lock in the destruction of the caches of missiles in southern Lebanon.
Yeah, so Hezbollah regrouping, as you said, after the loss of their leader. We also have the US just a month out from their election with a lame duck president, as they call it. So is now the time as far as Israel is concerned?
So I think the Israelis are pretty keen to lock something in before the election. And they're also mindful that there's some momentum here. It's an opportunity because of the fact that Iran has not really acted very strongly in support of Hezbollah. Yes, there's been missiles launched by the Houthis in Yemen, but this is not on the kind of scale that you would have thought a country desperate to support their proxies in Lebanon would have launched. So, yes, this is a big deal. But the timing is important. Momentum has to be maintained if they're going to be effective, if they're going to root out these caches before Hezbollah can kind of get their balance back and be able to respond in kind.
The understanding is that the US was trying to avoid this limited ground invasion, to avoid a larger war. How do you expect Iran could respond to this?
So I think this is actually, from the Israeli point of view, this is about getting in now. It's now or never. Iran doesn't have that many options, it would appear. They've played them out in Gaza, in Yemen, and in southern Lebanon, and they haven't worked out all that well. So the options now are really limited to attacks on diplomatic posts, terrorist-type attacks on Israelis in various places around the Middle East and beyond. That's, I think, what we can probably expect. Iran can't afford to go nuclear, if you like. I don't think it's in a position just yet. It doesn't have, pundits don't think they're ready to go there. And they have blown, their chances effectively in the war over the last 12 months. So this is a country that's options are fairly limited at the moment.
What does victory look like for Israel? And in that, what did they learn from the 2006 war?
So the Israelis have learned not only from the 1982 invasion, where they went right up to or halfway through Lebanon, and the 2006 experience was not very positive because the Israelis really got battered. They got a bit cocky about the way they could operate, and it was a bit of a Pyrrhic victory what happened there. And so the withdrawal from southern Lebanon has been one that has left Hezbollah pretty much with a freedom of action to build its stocks, and that's clearly got to the point now where Israel is looking to counter it. But Israel's now in a position to capitalise on the lessons from the campaign in Gaza as well. So we now have an Israeli Defense Force that's probably as honed as ever capitalizing on the remarkable intelligence breakthroughs that they've had in the last.
Interesting.
Israel's military says it has started a limited ground incursion in southern Lebanon. The operation comes days after an Israeli airstrike killed the leader of the Iranian-backed militant group, Hezbollah. The Pentagon says it's positioning a few thousand additional forces in the region to defend U.S. interests at a moment's notice. Earlier Monday, Israel struck central Beirut for the first time in almost a year. President Biden has called for de-escalation, but in a video statement, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu suggested the fight was far from over and that his focus would shift to Iran.
There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you. May we together know a future of prosperity and peace. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. The people of Iran should know Israel stands with you.
Nowhere we can.
May we together know a future of prosperity and peace.
Let's bring in Andrew Boyd. He's the former chief of operations at the CIA's Counterterrorism Mission Center and a CBS News contributor. So, what is your assessment of Israel's ultimate goal when you see the latest moves they've been taking?
Good evening, John. I mean, their ultimate goals are to eliminate Hezbollah as a threat to northern Israel or to Israel writ large, to destroy the threat posed by Hamas since October 7th, and I believe to deter Iran from taking action that retaliatory or otherwise that would be destabilizing to the entire region, obviously, but a grave threat to Israel. And I think their final strategic goal is once they've eliminated these threats to develop productive economic relationships with the rest of the Arab world, which prior to the October 7th attack,
1981, Israel attacked Iraq's nuclear facility.
From Hamas, they were doing with the Saudis, with the Emiratis, and others.
Do you think, Andrew, that's possible given what Israel has done? There used to be, during the Bush administration and even before, discussion about the Arab Street, the idea that the Arab anger over Israeli treatment of Palestinians would make it very difficult for other nations to work with Israel. Isn't that anger going to be increased by the recent activity and make those kinds of arrangements more difficult?
I doubt there was a tear shed in any of these Sunni Arab capitals after the death of Hassan Nasrallah and the decapitation of the leadership of Hezbollah. The Saudis and others in the Sunni Arab world want to have some rapprochement with the Iranians. So yes, that's an issue. But as soon as Hamas is eliminated as a military threat, I do think that the Arab Street, so to speak, will then be able to move on beyond that. Yes, there's going to be quite a bit of rebuilding. There's a lot of mistrust between the Arab world and the Israelis. But ultimately, the Israelis want to have economic relations with the Saudis, the Emiratis, and the rest of the Arab world. And I think that benefits their street as well.
How do you assess the U.S. position with respect to Israel? It's been pushing ahead despite the calls from President Biden for de-escalation. Is there a disconnect, or are Israel's actions consistent with U.S. national security goals, even though a president might not be able to say that?
I think it's mixed. I mean, the United States has global security responsibilities. The Israelis do not have that. So I understand why the White House is looking for a ceasefire, a negotiated settlement. But I really think all politics being local, I don't think that's really practical in Israel currently. The overwhelming majority of Israeli citizens want external threats to be eliminated. They've 100,000 Israelis who had to move out of northern Israel because of the threat from Hezbollah want to go back to their homes. Prime Minister Netanyahu, who leads a fairly extreme government, but I believe that any prime minister who is in power on October 7th and beyond would be following basically the same tactical and strategic principles, because the overwhelming majority of Israeli citizens demand it.
What is it? How should we understand the death of Hezbollah's leadership in terms of that group's ability to operate, how much of a blow that is, and how much Israel may have the upper hand now?
I think it's a massive blow. Hassan Nasrallah for 32 years has been the general secretary of Hezbollah. He's a political leader, a religious leader. Frankly, was an inspiration to the Shia population. There were pivot points that degraded their credibility starting on February 14th, 2005, when Hezbollah colluded with the Syrians to assassinate Prime Minister Rafiq Hariri. I don't think Hezbollah has ever been looked upon the same, and there's been a great deal of distrust. But he was probably the most credible Arab leader in the region. Their command and control has been decimated. Hassan Nasrallah, Ali Karki, Fawad Shukr earlier this summer, they do not have a command and control mechanism that they had previously, which also means they don't have constraints. There are probably mid-level Hezbollah leaders. Hezbollah is a wounded animal. Wounded animals can be dangerous. Those mid-level leaders may be trying to make a name for themselves. They still have ballistic missiles. So it's a very dangerous time with Hezbollah. So I understand why the Israelis are looking for a ground incursion and are continuing their repeated airstrikes around Lebanon.
Andrew Boyd, thank you so much.
All righty. Ex-Prime Minister weighs in on potential ground invasion in Lebanon. Well, they already did it. Planning limited ground.
Joining us now, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. I'm glad you could make it. A lot has happened in the past few days, in the past week. Is this strategy of might, killing Nasrallah, going after the ports in Yemen, killing a Hamas leader in Lebanon, etc., is this strategy of might an effective one?
First of all, Katie, this is a strategy of self-defense. Yesterday, the Houthis from Yemen were shooting, or the day before yesterday, they were shooting a ballistic missile that was aiming at Tel Aviv. And we have to do something about it. And also the Hezbollah for almost a year were shooting hundreds of rockets almost every day, hundreds of rockets against Israel. They forced out 80,000 Israeli citizens from their homes in the north part of the country. And they were shooting and fighting and attacking from almost every possible direction into the state of Israel. So something had to be done. I don't think that this is a policy of might or anything of this nature. This is fundamentally a policy of self-defense. Question is, what's next? I mean, what is it that we are trying to achieve now with this ground operation? This is a different question, not the same as the targeting of the leaders of the terrorist organizations. I think that they deserved what they got. Nasrallah personally was responsible for killing thousands of people in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Israel over the last 30 years. He was a terrorist organization, and one of the most brutal and very extreme terrorist leaders, and there was no way that you could acquiesce with him or compromise with him. I think he deserves what he got. The other question is, how do we now bring an end to this conflict in a way that will allow us to bring back the Israelis that left their homes to their homes in the north border of Israel? And will the Hezbollah agree to pull out completely from the border across the 40 kilometers line of the Awali River? I hope that they will do it. I hope that we will not have to use more military force. I'm not happy and I'm not anxious to have this ground operation. I hope that the efforts Americans are doing and the French are doing to bring an end to this with an agreement will be successful, and it will not require the military operations.
Let me jump in and ask you another question. You call this self-defense, arguably so. If self-defense means reaching into Iran, attacking Iran, and if Israel believes it would be effective to do so, to take out the Ayatollah or somebody in Iran, does Israel do it?
You know, Katie, you're a little bit carried away by the impact of some of these recent operations, pagers and the hockey-talkies and the targeting of Nasrallah. Don't push it much further, okay? Israel is not going to attack the leader of a legitimate leader of a country which is a member of the United Nations. This is not what we do. We do have to consider how to deal with it.
Nope, and it just cut off. Lordy, lordy. Interesting. Interesting. All right, well, back to Rizza. That was interesting. Very interesting to hear.
Is a nuclear family, that's a God-centered family?
A married man.
Yep.
A real family is a married man with children.
Without
a
a woman?
man and woman with children.
Well, you can't have children without the woman.
I'm sorry?
You can't have children without the woman.
But they have to be married.
Right, so a married couple, man, woman, and the child.
And unless they have children, let's say they didn't get married, but they don't have children, it's not a family. It's only when they have children together.
So you're saying only when they have children is it a family. Interesting.
Married couple, man, woman, and children.
Right.
That's a family, you would say that's the proper way of doing it, right?
Married man, woman, children.
Cool. Okay, so I would say, you said there's nothing good about any of those things that I mentioned. Not doing drugs, you said there's nothing good about that?
What's good about not doing drugs?
Oh, you live a healthier life, more than likely. You have a clear mind, more than likely. You are not destroying your physical body. You're not destroying society. You're not selling things to buy more drugs. You're not addicted. You're not doing things that are negative.
And you call those things good?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Do you believe that human beings are in a fallen state?
Definitely.
And what is a fallen state?
Biblically, a fallen state deals with Adam and Eve after they violated God's law, dealing with being naked, biting the apple, etc., disobeying God's rule. And then it pushed humanity into a condition of devilish behavior, following improper practices, breaking laws, breaking rules, etc. So right now, what we're looking at is humanity where some people are striving to do good things, positive things, living according to righteous principles, whatever their belief system is. The other side, many of them are falling for the devil's tricks. They're getting involved in, again, homosexuality, drug abuse, beating each other, raping, robbing, etc. That's the fallen state. Everyone's not in that, but in general, humanity right now, I'll say, as Minister Farrakhan said, Satan has entered into or has infected all religion and has infected all of humanity as it pertains to his hold and influence over human beings. Now, it's our decision whether or not we're going to follow Satan or not. That's the difference. We have to make that decision.
And how does one know if they're following Satan or not? How would you know that?
Anything that goes against morality, good principle, morals, anything that goes against what is good, positive for human beings, that's Satan.
Amazing. So you've never been a Christian, you've always been Muslim, right?
Absolutely, I've always been Muslim, but as far as the principles that Christians believe, so do Muslims believe.
And what made you decide to go Muslim rather than Christian?
Well,
especially knowing that Christianity is the best religion on this side of heaven, what made you decide to go Muslim rather than Christianity?
Well, I wouldn't say what is the best religion, because again, it depends on who is practicing and how well they understand what their belief system is. Because every religion has bad representatives. I just say it that way. Christianity has dealt horror to humanity. Islam has done horrible things to humanity, and so have people practice Judaism improperly, have done horrible things to humanity. Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have done very horrible things. Then again, you have some people who follow the principles who do good things as well. So therefore, we can't generalize it.
Why didn't you go Islam rather than Christianity?
Made sense. It was what I was raised a part of and to be. And also in Islam, we study the Bible as well. In Islam, we believe in Jesus as well. As a matter of fact, in Islam, we are taught that you cannot necessarily be a Muslim and not believe in Jesus. It's just not the way that we were taught by white Christians who changed the reality of the Bible into a white supremacist form of behavior and thinking. It's the true understanding of who Jesus really is, what he is, who God is, who the devil is.
You don't believe that Christianity is the best religion?
There is no such thing as the best religion, except, as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that you should do unto others as others would do unto you, or should I say, you want to do what is good for others so that others can do good things to you. He specifically said that is the best religion. But again, every religion has negatives and positives.
But of all the religions on the earth, you don't believe that Christianity is the best religion, number one religion, and the best?
Nope.
And why not?
Because of the evidence of what has been done in the name of Christ.
But
same thing has been done in the name of Allah. Same thing has been done in the name of Jehovah.
Beings, you can't determine or base Christianity on human beings.
Absolutely.
No, you can't.
Definitely agree. But if I just go according to the book, then we have to ask some questions. Because so first of all, which Bible am I reading? Am I reading the 1611, the 1611 version of it? Am I reading the Cloverdale version? Am I reading the Tyndale version? Am I reading the Catholic's Bible? Am I reading? See, first of all, again, because when you say Christianity, then you have to go down the line of which Bible should I read, right? King James, 1611. If that's the one, there's a whole lot of backward things in that Bible. Then you go to the Tyndale version. Then you go to the Cloverdale version. Then you go to the Catholic's Bible.
But
you have to know there are different
You can't base
scriptures.
Christianity on the Bible either.
How do you base Christianity?
On their belief, their knowing God.
Who knowing God?
The person who said they're a Christian.
But you said we can't base it off of the people.
Everybody that say that they have been born of God have not been born of God. They just say it. You can easily
But you said we can't base the religion off the people, though.
You can't at all.
So how do we base Christianity?
You would know it when you see it.
Know when you see it.
But let me ask you this: do you realize
how do we know
that
it, Jesse?
Christian? You would know it by the light in them.
The light in them. So by the works. By the
not
works.
by the works, but by the light that's in them.
How do you know a
light? You'll
light?
be able to see it, and you would know it. Now,
so you just see a light, like an ore. You just see the energy.
You would see the light.
See the light.
Yes.
Like this light here?
In the person, even brighter than this
even
light.
brighter than that.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Christianity is the only religion that says that you must repent and be born again.
No, Islam says the same. So does Judaism.
Oh, Islam say that?
Absolutely.
What do they say about that?
Yeah, they say the same specific thing.
That you must repent
Absolutely,
and be
you must
born again?
repent. Well, specifically in Islam, it is referred to as atonement. So you must atone, which interchangeably dealing with repent, meaning you have to, one, admit that there's a wrong. Then you have to look at what the wrong was. Then you have to acknowledge it with the person. Then you have to seek atonement, forgiveness, etc. Then, of course, you must do that with God above all things. Ask God for forgiveness, mercy, etc. Islam teaches that. Judaism teaches that. Rastafari teaches that. Lots of religions teach that.
So do the Muslims believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
And sometimes it depends on who you're talking to when it comes to that.
Your
but
religion,
a prophet. In Islam, Jesus is known as a prophet of God.
But not the Son of God?
Not the Son. Well, not even in Christianity is Jesus the Son. All throughout the Bible, there are people who are referred to as different sons. Son here in the book of Romans, son. I believe Ephraim is known as a son. Jesus is known as a son. Abraham is known as a son.
I know, but let me ask. Does your religion with Farrakhan, do you believe, or does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the Son.
And why not? Why he doesn't know that he is the Son?
No, it's not what he, as far as him knowing or not knowing. If you look in the book, the Bible specifically, if we're going to say Christianity, well, the book we have to look at, which is the Bible.
Right.
And in the Bible, when you're talking about sons or the Son, if you say the Son, well, where in the Bible is it only Jesus? Because there are scriptures all over the Bible.
Saying only Jesus.
Right.
But
so Jesus is a son for sure.
I'm asking, do you believe, does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the only Son.
I didn't ask about the only. Does he teach that he is the Son?
Not the only Son.
That's not what I asked.
That is what you asked.
No. Does he teach that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
Not the only one. That's the answer.
How's that the answer? What the?
Yeah, that's the answer.
I didn't ask about the only.
I love your interview style, Jesse, but that's the answer.
Now?
I love your interview style, but that's the answer.
But no, I'm asking just a simple question.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about one person. Does he teach that person is the Son of God?
Not the only Son.
How would you have multiple sons?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Does he teach that Christ was sent by God?
In senses, yes.
And what
Definitely.
else?
In some senses, yes.
Meaning
Absolutely.
what?
Meaning, just as every prophet is sent, for example, in the Holy Quran and the Bible, but specifically in the Holy Quran, it says every nation receives a messenger, right? Specifically for one thing. But Christ, of course, was sent as the example, the living embodiment of an example of righteous conduct, behavior, etc. He wasn't the only one. But that's why I said in senses, yes. In senses, yes. But there were other people, prophets sent as well, all throughout the Bible.
Does your religion love white people?
Righteous people, sure.
How about white people?
Righteous people of all colors,
no,
which includes white.
How about white people?
Righteous
Do they
people.
love white people?
Righteous people.
I'm asking about white people.
Yeah, well, all people of all colors. Righteous.
No. Do your religion love white people?
Nah, just righteous people,
But
which
not
includes
white.
white people.
Do you love white people?
Righteous people. If they're white, if they're doing good things, practicing according to their religious belief, that's positive, sure.
I know that I'm black and slow and I still speak Southern English, right?
Nah, but I'm not black and slow.
Right.
I'm
that's
black,
for sure. And so my last question, does your religion teach to love white people?
In their righteousness, sure.
In their righteousness?
In their righteousness. Anybody who practices righteous behavior, sure.
So did you grow up with both parents?
For the most part, my mother, for the most part. But my father was in my life in and out until my godfather stepped in around the age of 9.
Oh, okay. And who were you closer to, your father or your mother?
Mother.
Mother. And what was it like not being close to your father?
Didn't like it at a certain point, but at the same time, I grew up with 4 brothers. So I've always had masculine.
You had 4 brothers?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I've always had masculine energy, direction, principles, discipline. Always had that.
That came from your brother and your mother?
Yeah, absolutely. Brothers,
and
mothers, uncles.
So your father made 4 boys first?
No, it's 10 of us all together. Just
Whoa.
yeah, I'm the youngest.
Really?
I'm the youngest, but the tallest. But I'm the youngest.
Nice. I remember when black people used to make a lot of babies.
Some still do.
I have 6 sisters and 5 brothers.
Really?
Because they made babies then.
Yeah. And which one are you as far as the
oldest?
You're the oldest. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a big family.
I'm older than dirt.
This is real life, y'all.
Like I told you, God made me and then he made dirt.
Oh, okay.
He was like, what the?
So you were made before Earth.
You need dirt to walk on, man. And so, did you forgive your father for not being there?
Absolutely.
Did you tell him that? Mm-hmm. And what did he say when you went and forgave him?
Oh, he absolutely, he was humbled by that. He was humbled by it because he didn't feel like he deserved it. But then again, he was there as often as he could be.
Yeah.
Wasn't too often, but he was there in and out.
Nice.
You know, but no, we've definitely reconciled. We have conversations. I just spoke with him yesterday.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. He's a great man.
And did you forgive your mother for the things she did wrong to you?
If anything was done, absolutely. Simple.
And you told her?
Absolutely.
You told your mother you forgive her? Mm-hmm. And how did she react to that?
Oh, she loved it. And she said the same thing. She said, I apologize if there's anything.
Nice.
And she said, I forgive you for anything that I've done. Matter of fact, we've had plenty of conversations like that. Plenty. And my mother actually transitioned 2 years ago.
Oh, because your mother's a Muslim, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. And so because most mothers will not admit that they were wrong.
Oh, I don't know most mothers.
You ever get asked how he got out of that case, Big Pharma case?
Don't blame me. I did the best I can do.
Some do that for sure.
They always blame everybody else.
Some do that for sure, but I know a lot that don't do that.
Have you noticed that the hardest thing in the world for a woman to do is to admit that she's wrong?
Men and women for sure.
Have you noticed that about women?
Definitely. And men too, but I've noticed that about women for sure. Accountability is a very big word that a lot of people don't want to face.
Sure is. Why is that?
It's painful to find out that you were wrong about something.
Yeah.
It's ego for a lot of people.
Oh, ego.
Ego is big, you know, which that's a big thing, man. I don't want to know that I was wrong, and I definitely don't want you to know, and I don't want you to say it to nobody because I don't want to get embarrassed.
That's ego.
Ego is big, man. You know, we all have to humble ourselves. I've been wrong plenty of times.
Yeah.
I need to be able to be humble and look at it.
Are you overcoming your ego?
All day long.
And how do you know you're overcoming? For others who would like to overcome, how do you know you're overcoming your ego?
You have to look at yourself every day and test your maturity when people come at you with things that you are doing or not doing, and how you respond to it. See, how we respond, as Minister Farrakhan said, demonstrates our level of maturity. How you respond. If somebody says, "Look,"
give me an example of how you respond.
If you say, "Well, Rizza, you know, I don't like that you did this to me yesterday, or you lied on me." Now, if I respond like, "Man, I ain't lied on you. Shut up, man. You crazy, Jesse." My ego is big, my maturity is low. But if I said, I did that? Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. I didn't even mean to do that. You know what? I'm sorry about that. Ego is low, maturity is high.
Amazing.
So it's how we respond to things.
And do you ever get angry?
Yeah, definitely. Living in a world like this, Jesse? Yes.
You get
all the time.
You get angry.
Yeah, but again, it's how we respond, how you carry that anger out. You know, it's not illogical anger. My anger is, I wish my people were not in such a negative condition. I wish humanity wasn't in such a horrible condition. I wish this government would stop doing evil, wicked things. I wish Satan would stop being Satan, but Satan gonna be Satan. You see, I have very valid reasons why I get angry, but I focus on doing things to change those things rather than just complaining about it.
So is anger of evil or of good?
Anger is simply a response, but again, it's what you do through it. Because you can become angry or upset about something, but what you do with it will determine whether or not you do something evil or good. See, that's where the self-control comes in. You have to exercise that. You know, we can become angry or irritated by things, whatever it is. We don't have enough money, somebody cheated on us, we got lied on. Okay, that can make you upset. But what are you gonna do with that upset, irritation, anger, etc.? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna do something negative? You gonna hurt somebody? Or are you gonna look at yourself, back up and say, okay, how can I solve this problem? That's how you can determine what's good or evil about it, is how you utilize it and activate on it.
So is anger of evil or of good, of God or Satan?
Oh, yes, of God.
You think anger is of God?
No, I don't think I know. God has become angry multiple times. What happened with Sodom and Gomorrah? What happened with Ad and Thamud and different parts of the planet where God became angry and destroyed whole nations of people?
And so you
do know that, right? That's the book, Jesse.
You're basing that on
That's the Bible, that's the Quran, that's history.
Are you basing God's anger on human nature's anger? Human beings' anger?
No, I'm basing it off of the book because of what he said. He was displeased with what humanity had done, violating his rules, violating his laws, violating the principles. Like you said, the fallen state is because of things that people did to violate God's rules, authority, laws, principles, etc. So he became displeased with him, therefore angry. Therefore, he carried out his judgment based upon all that. Same thing that happens today.
So you believe that anger is good?
No, I believe anger has a purpose, but how you activate on that anger determines whether or not it's good or bad.
But God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that you should never trust an angry person.
What scripture is that?
And it's in the Bible. I don't know.
If you don't know where
you
it's in
sound
the
like
Bible.
those Christians. Where's Christian? But
You don't know what scripture, y'all.
Look it up.
I'll look it up for sure. Y'all look it up too, please.
Yeah.
Right now.
God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that you should never trust an angry person. Have you noticed that you can never trust an angry person? At some point, they're going to turn on you.
Well, you know, yeah, when you're angry, you don't make logical decisions when people are angry.
Right.
When they're angry, yeah. So that's
if
a very wise thing.
anger is good and of God, why would God said never trust an angry person, and anyone that has anger is a murderer?
Man, that's an interesting scripture. So make sure y'all look up that scripture because I need to know, I need to become educated on that. Just please look up that scripture. And then also want to look at all the scriptures where God became angry and executed his judgment based off his anger. And he did murder. God has murdered multiple times, right? He's also flooded multiple times.
So you're not familiar with that?
Oh, I'm very familiar with God's anger and what he's done as a result.
He said that you can't never trust an angry person.
I think you're misinterpreting scripture, Jesse.
An angry person is a murderer.
So God's a murderer.
So are you saying, what I'm asking, you're not familiar with that scripture?
Well, you're not either. You didn't tell me which one it was. Where's it at? You're not familiar.
I know that you can know the truth without remembering. As a matter of fact, you're better off not remembering the scriptures in your intellect, but from the heart.
You're a pastor, right, Jesse?
Yes.
What kind of pastor? Because you go by the Bible, not in it?
I'm sorry?
You go by the Bible, not in it. That kind of pastor? Because you just said basically you lead off inspiration. You don't read the book. You just go off of inspiration. You don't need to know the scripture. That's what you just said.
You should learn the scripture.
You shouldn't?
No.
Well, say it again. Just sit in the
Because when you learn the scripture, it's just become of the intellect. And the intellect and God has nothing to do with one another.
So God is an intellectual?
Nothing in common.
No,
but
God is very mathematic.
I want to go back to...
Go ahead, Jessica.
God said that anyone that has anger is a murderer, and that an angry person... do not trust an angry person. What do you say to that?
I'll say that anger is an emotion, and what you do with it will determine whether or not you're good or bad or evil or good. It just depends on what you do, how you activate through the anger. I've been angry many different times, which I'm sure everyone in this room has, but I haven't murdered anyone. I've never killed anyone. So you know, I hear you, but I need to read that scripture just because until I read that scripture, it's just coming from Jesse Lee Peterson.
If you have anger, you have murdered them in your heart.
No, if you have anger, you have a human emotion.
Because you hate them.
No, no, no.
Anyone that has anger has hatred.
Anyone has anger has hatred?
Of the heart.
Where's that in the Bible?
Salvation is of the heart, right? Mm-hmm. And if you have not overcome anger, your heart is wicked. Mm-hmm. And a wicked person is a desperate person. And you can never trust him.
Oh, so you're talking about a person who literally is angry all the time?
No, I'm talking about a person who is angry, period.
Angry ever, even for 2 seconds?
Who has the spirit of anger in them.
Oh.
You have to overcome the spirit of anger.
You do too, Jesse.
Because it's not of God. When I say you, I don't know how your anger works, but you have to overcome the spirit of anger. Do you have perfect peace?
No, no, no.
You don't have perfect peace?
I haven't met anyone who has that either, no.
Why don't you have perfect peace?
Because the world has so many negative things in it that create an imbalance in how we feel and how we are as a human family. I know for me, the reason why I don't have perfect peace is because there are so many issues happening in the world right now that need to be fixed. And I'm in the business, I'm in the mission of helping the people when it comes to these different conditions, just like you, when it comes to making the man, shaping the man, you know, bringing back principles to young boys, helping them to understand what masculinity is and responsibilities and all that, right? That's a work that you do. That's a work that I do as well.
But you can't fix another person.
No, you can give them principles, you can guide them, but it's their decision.
You can't fix them. You can't even fix yourself. How can you fix someone else?
Well, we can all work on things, just like I go to the gym, right? I can't just say, hey, I'm fat. No, I go to the gym. You got to do some work.
Right.
You got to do some work, Jesse.
Well, that's physical, and you're working on you. Mm-hmm. But the real person, you're incapable. No one can fix another person.
Yeah, no, it's their decision. It's up to them to fix themselves, but you can give them proper information, guidance, be a good example for them. If they take that on and they decide to change themselves, beautiful. If they don't, that's up to them.
Amazing. And so what is it like living a life without perfect peace? What's it like for you?
It's a lot of work. It's adventurous. I say it that way, it doesn't get boring. You know, it's always something because you know that there are problems happening in the world and you want to change it. You want to help it if that's the kind of person you are. Now, some people, they don't care. But with me personally, I like to help and solve the problems. I don't like to just complain about them.
But if you're not showing them how to overcome anger and have perfect peace, you're not fixing the problem.
Who's not showing them how to overcome anger?
You're not, because you don't have perfect peace.
Oh, no, no one does.
And why don't you have perfect peace?
Oh, because the world is in the condition that it's in.
But what does the world have to do with you? You are your own world. What does the world have to do with you not having perfect peace?
Oh, everything. Because we have to handle things in the world. Now, here's a difference. Now, if I were a selfish person who didn't care about anybody else or anything and just was all about me, that'd be different. But I'm not that kind of person. I actually love our people, number one, Black people, and then number two, humanity after that. So I'm more concerned, not just about myself, but about others as well. That's just how I choose to live my life. But now with you, I don't know if that's how it is for you, but me, that's how it is for me.
Amazing.
Amazing. Say it again, Jesse. Amazing.
Let me ask. You're married, I know you're married. I met your wife. Sir. Does she obey you?
Oh, she obeys God's principles, and if I act upon those principles, she obeys God through me.
And does she obey
God through me?
Absolutely, if I act according to God's principles.
She obeys God through me. I like that. She obeys God through me. Delicious.
And so does she obey you?
Absolutely, if I obey God's
principles. Are you
principles.
the head of your wife?
Absolutely.
You are the head.
Yes, sir.
And does she obey you?
Through God's principles that I act through. Now, if I don't, if I say something crazy like, baby, go jump outside and do some backflips in the middle of the street, okay, she ain't gonna follow that because that's not according to God's principles. I wouldn't say that ever, but I'm just letting you know, as long as I'm doing righteous work, if I'm doing what I need to do as a man under God's authority, then she follows that through me.
And how do you deal with the hell in her when it comes out?
That's a rarity.
I know,
because I don't bring that out of her.
That's a rarity, but when it does come out, how do you deal with the hell in her?
In a very calm, intelligent manner, which whenever it does come up, because that's the other beauty of it too. I don't have an illogical woman. I don't have a woman who's just emotional, haphazardly, doesn't have any self-control. She's a very intelligent human being with self-control, with intelligence, with emotional intelligence, which is very key. What you're asking about is dealing with emotional intelligence. Does she know how to control herself? Does she know how to address her own anger, her own trauma, back up and handle that? She does. So it's actually a little easier. Now, I know in a lot of relationships, Everybody don't have it like that. They just don't. A lot of women don't have control, a lot of men don't. But I would say in my relationship, we're pretty solid over here.
And so for the guys who don't know, how do you deal with the hell in her when it does come out?
First thing is you have to, one, take a step back, so don't react. That's the first thing. You don't want to do is react.
You go, what the?
I have done that before. And she laughed. Because she was like, oh, you right. And I was like, yeah, what's going on? You know, because we handle things easier. But for a lot of the brothers out here who deal with that, first thing I'll say is make sure you have self-control first. All right, because we don't want to just jump out here and react to everything. And that's when you see people all on the news, domestic violence, murders, killers, you know, that kind of stuff, which is a real thing. You want to make sure your self-control is up there. Number two, you want to make sure she has some self-control and encourage her to exercise that. The biggest thing we as men can do is be the examples. So I have to put that in on myself so that she can see, well, dang, he does practice self-control. Like, I got to actually pay attention to that. Maybe I need to do the same thing. The other thing is, if that doesn't work, you need to get around the right people who also encourage self-control. That's why it's good to have married couples around you. Stop hanging around a bunch of single folk if you're married. You want other married couples who've been married for at least 10 to 15 years, who have righteous principles. They've been through the ups and downs. They can give you better examples of how to navigate things. Because a lot of people, they're very premature in relationships. They just get into it and they think they know what they're doing, and they've never been given counseling. They've never been given real guidance. They don't have any real principles under God to live by. They just do things because, oh, it's physical. I like you. You like me. We look good together. Let's make some money. Let's get married. So you have to be very honest, I would say. So she has to be honest with herself. You have to be honest with yourself. Adopt righteous principles, whatever religion you want to call it. Adopt righteous principles and be fair with each other, and also be patient with your growth.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I want to ask this. I forgot to ask this beforehand. I just want to ask, just to get some feedback. I interview and talk to other Muslims who are not a part of the Farrakhan group, right?
Nation of Islam, yeah.
And they don't like the Farrakhan group. They said those are fake. Those are not the real, true Muslim.
Oh, really?
Those Muslims who come from Allahu Akbar people and
God is the greatest. That's what that means.
How come those Muslims don't like young Muslims?
Well, one, that's a very small minority. That's the first thing. Number two, because we believe in the last day. We believe in Allah, God. We believe in His prophets. We believe in the books that He brought, which includes the Bible, Holy Quran, etc. So we have the overall belief system. We believe in the tenets of Islam.
So you have that.
Well, no, I'm letting you know. We believe in principles of prayer, zakat, charity. We believe in Hajj, going to Mecca. Exactly. So the difference at times.
Farrakhan group is the fake group, and the real Muslim are the Allahu Akbar people.
Yeah, well, you have just certain individuals who say whatever they want to say, but as far as a dominant belief between both, no, the minister has been to Mecca multiple times, Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We believe in those same principles. Now, the difference at times normally is a cultural one, which is the difference between, let's say, black people in America and Arabs. You see what I'm saying? So not the religion per se, but the culture. For example, with me, I don't have a beard, as you can see, right? Now, in Arab culture, there's a beard. Now, in certain parts of Islam, they'll say that the beard, determines your righteousness. The beard is mandatory for certain things. But
so long story short, that's why some of the reasons they disagree with each other.
Yeah, normally it's the cultural difference. It's very small, but overall when it comes to the actual belief itself in Allah, God, His prophets, His books, prayer and fasting and charity and Hajj to Mecca and all of that, we believe the same thing.
What a mess.
We do. Absolutely, it's a mess. It's the same thing with Christianity. There's over 200 variations of Christianity, Jesse. Yeah, and people always arguing. And it's like, well, don't you believe in Christ and the last day? And okay, then how about we focus on what we agree on rather than focus on what we disagree on? That's why religion is looked at as a joke to a lot of people, because people who are religious folk sometimes can be the worst example of human beings on the planet. Some of the most hypocritical, some of the most crazy. They do the most insane things. And they say, Jesus told me to do it, or Allah told me to do it, or this person told me to do it. And they do a lot of evil, wicked things, and they are not the proper representation of the belief. So I think we should be a better example by uniting with each other rather than disagreeing all the time.
Let me ask, were women created to lead or to follow?
Women have the capacity to lead, for sure. But when it comes to their creation, the natural order is God, or in the Bible, say Christ, God, head of man, man, head of woman, woman, head of children. That's the natural order, and there's a reason. The nurturing spirit of the woman is to lead the child. She has a very particular role that is so important, that is separate from the man, but we complement each other. The man, we have the spirit of protection. We have to maintain, we have to sustain.
So you agree that women were not created to be leaders, but followers?
Followers of righteous principles and righteous people.
Okay.
Absolutely, for sure.
Do you agree with me that the God above is the man's God, and the God below is the woman's God?
Who's the God below?
Satan.
Oh, he said Satan is God of women?
Yes.
This is real life, y'all. This is Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peters' son.
Hey,
this is to our fake audience. Jesse, no, I don't believe that.
Why not?
Well, because without the woman, there would be no us. We wouldn't be here without the woman.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true.
That's
You
not
came from the
true at
womb of a
all.
woman. Jesse, you better stop playing these games.
That's
Jesse,
not
I
true.
heard you do this too many times now.
That's not true.
You have a mother. So do I.
Let's go back to the...
You gotta stop playing, Jesse.
So do you...
You gotta stop playing. Come
not
on.
playing.
I love it, man, because you're like, I'm serious, and I believe you are. I believe it. They told me that you were serious and you were doing this and it wasn't an act. I didn't believe them. Now I believe it.
Thank you.
I definitely do. He said Satan is the God of women. You know what? I'm sure some men will agree with you.
But you don't.
No.
And tell me why you don't agree with that.
I don't generalize a person's entire character based off of certain actions or behaviors.
No, I'm asking, not their personality. I'm asking you, why don't you know and believe? I even ask, you shouldn't know this, but why don't you believe that the God above is the man's God and the God below is the woman's God?
Oh no, the God is the God that you choose to serve. Until she repent. Oh, okay,
but I want to leave that part out. Forget about that part.
You don't leave that part out. You don't want a good point to hit you, Jesse?
No, we're going to get to that point.
Gonna get to you, sure?
Yeah.
I'll make sure we get back to it.
Why don't you believe that Satan is the woman's God?
Oh, it's not just a belief. It's a fact that Satan is not the woman's God.
And how is
Satan
that a
is the
fact?
God of those who choose to follow him, man and or woman. Satan is the God of those who choose to follow. Remember, now when Lucifer fell from heaven, he took a third of the angels with him because they chose to follow him.
I know
so
all
it's
that,
a decision.
but why don't you believe that Satan is the woman's God?
No, because it's not true.
It is the truth.
Nope. Satan is the God of those who choose to follow him. You know that, Jesse.
Where'd you get that from?
That's in the book.
Where?
I just talked to about Lucifer in heaven and those who follow them. The third of the angels. You a pastor, Jesse. Come on now. You better stop playing.
Let me just ask.
Man.
Did Eve listen to the serpent? And once she listened to the serpent, Satan, she could no longer obey her husband?
She listened to the serpent for sure. And as far as the relationship with her and her husband, they both got punished.
No, that's not what I asked.
I know what you asked, but I'm just saying specifically. So at that point, she didn't listen to her husband at that point regardless.
When Eve listened to the serpent, she was out one day getting some collard greens and okras and...
Oh, so you're saying Eve was black?
And she would get some
Hey, now,
eggs.
Jesse, you on to something.
And so when she listened to the serpent, is it true that she could no longer listen to her husband?
Hey, if that's what you say, Jesse, man, because I don't know which Bible you're reading.
Is that true or not?
Is it true?
Are you?
I'm asking you.
No, what do you say?
Because you're rewriting the Bible right now, so I don't know which interpretation or which version you're reading. But of course, she did listen to the serpent, as you said,
and
Satan.
when she listened to the serpent devil, is it true that she could no longer listen to her husband?
Sure.
And so once she listened to the serpent, he became her God. Because she no longer obeyed her husband,
Anything you give your authority or power to becomes your God. Like we said, because she chose to follow Satan at that time.
So Satan became her God.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Just like anybody who chooses to follow.
No, am I right about the woman? Satan became her God once she listened to him, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And then once Adam listened to the woman, did the woman become his God?
You could say that. Sure, Jesse.
Is that true?
Jesse, okay,
You could say that.
And so
now, that's not the book, though, but I get you.
Now do you see that because of that order that went into disorder, that Satan is the woman's God?
Are you a Catholic? Because that's according to the Catholic Bible.
No, that's not even in the Catholic book.
No,
I've never heard any Catholic say that.
What? That's the whole belief system. That's why Catholic priests are over here having sex with little boys, Jesse, because they believe the woman is evil and she's the downfall of humanity. You serious?
Let's go back to this story.
I don't know where you got that
from.
See, now look now.
Is
see
that
Jesse
true?
Be dancing.
Is that so? You agree with me that that's true, right?
That's crazy.
It's true to you, Jesse.
No.
I have no idea where he got priests believe women are the devil. That's why they're sleeping with boys. That's a new one. But let's go on. That's wild. Like what?
No. You just agree that once she listened to the serpent, Satan became her God, and then once the man listened to the woman,
you said
the woman became the man's God. You say yes, that's true, right?
Well, whatever you say, Jesse.
No, I'm asking
Whatever
you.
you say.
What do you say?
Hey, and it's not about what I believe right there. That's on you, and that's up with you
So
and
what do
the
you
man
think
upstairs.
about that when it happened? What do you think happened when that happened?
Well, there's a difference when it comes to the whole story of Adam and Eve, because you have to look at something called the pre-Adamites, there's a difference there when it comes to those who came before Adam and Eve. And the dictionary used to be called the
I really want to
pre-Adamites.
just stay with Adam and Eve.
I know, but your listeners got to be educated, though, Jesse.
To get understanding about that, you agree with that. And so then you see why I say that, why it is reality that
that the woman is the downfall, you were saying.
That the woman is, Satan is the woman God, and God, the God above, is the man God. And that's why there is jealousy between the woman and man, because her God is jealous of the man, because God is his God.
Oh, so what about women who love men?
And they don't, and the woman can't help herself. It's not her, it's that spirit that's in her. And they don't know and understand what's driving them to feel that way toward man.
Oh, so you're saying they have no idea. You're saying they don't know where it's coming from. You're
right.
saying.
Most of them don't even know that that's what's happening.
Do you have a woman, Jesse?
And then the man doesn't understand the woman is his God until they both start to seek for themselves, to understand the fall, and they can overcome it.
Turn from their wicked ways, see God's face, repent.
So
using the scripture to explain why you don't like women is next level crazy. Oh, that is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty wild.
Agree with that?
Definitely. I agree with the last part I just said, but I'll just...
Do you agree with that, what I just said?
I agree in general when it comes to, us turning from our wicked ways, seeking God's face.
I'm talking about the way the fall happened. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Even though you see it right now for yourself, you still don't believe it?
No, you just made a pregnant oversimplification and generalization about women based upon your misinterpretation of Adam and Eve's story. Now, you can do that,
even though
but that's on you, Jesse.
Even though you see it, you still don't, and right now you see it for yourself.
No, what we're seeing is a collection.
Hard to accept it?
What we're seeing right now is a collection, a gumbo pot full of reasons as to why people are doing what they're doing. But if you're saying the fallen state...
Is it hard to accept it now that you see it?
Oh, no. The truth we can accept, but what you just said ain't the truth.
But you just saw that. You can see that it is true.
No.
And that's why we must return to... Do you agree that men and women must return to the Father?
Absolutely.
To the Father.
All damn with
And so
that.
if that fall didn't happen, why do they need to return to the Father?
Oh, that wasn't the only fall, though, Jesse.
I'm talking about that fall.
Yeah,
If that fall did not happen, why do they need to return to the Father?
Because we perpetuate the negative conditions. We perpetuate disobedience. We perpetuate falling away from God. We perpetuate not obeying his laws. It's a perpetual thing.
Amazing.
I want to ask. White folks do it too, Jesse.
I'm sorry?
White folks do it too.
And do you love white people?
No, not like that. I love righteous people of all colors.
But
which
you don't
includes
love
some
white people?
Not in general, no.
Amazing.
I don't think actually
You
white
don't
people
love
don't love
all
white people in
people?
general. No. I love all righteous people.
Does God love all people?
Nah.
He doesn't?
Not according to the book.
So then why did he send his son, Jesus Christ, for all?
Well, you know what? I would like to know. You're the pastor. Tell us why.
Because he loves us.
That's why?
Yeah.
Okay. So he sent Jesus
You
because
don't
he loves us.
agree to that?
No, I'm being educated as a pastor. So he sent Jesus down to be sacrificed on the cross, to die for our sins, right? According to what the book says.
Right.
And Jesus rose on the third day, right? This is the story.
Right.
Isn't Jesse chasing
the death,
men?
and resurrection, and he rose, and he's
That's
God,
correct.
and you know we should believe in God, and that's why, because of that, right?
Because he loved us, he sent his son for us. But it sounds like you don't believe that.
No, I believe
Does your religion
the
teach
book.
that?
No, I believe the book for sure. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
Do you guys believe?
This is funny, y'all. This is a movie.
Do you guys believe in the Sharia law?
No, Sharia law is more of a cultural thing.
So you don't believe in that?
No, Sharia law is a culture thing. That's not what people have promoted it to be, actually. Sharia law is not what people have promoted it to be. It's kind of like saying, do you believe what this version of Muslims believe or this version of Christians believe, but what they believe is not in the book? You see what I'm saying? It's more of a cultural thing. It's like out here in America, we don't have Sharia law out here. Black folks don't follow that. It's more of a cultural thing, yeah.
So your religion doesn't, Farrakhan doesn't support Sharia law?
No, not in the sense of how things operate here. Now, again, when you go to Arab countries, that's their culture.
Yeah,
they may have a different culture, which they do. They have different practices, they have different rules, different laws. In America, different culture, different rules, different laws. So it depends on what nation you go to. And of course, that's what they do over there, which means certain things that you violate, just know you can do certain things here that you cannot do over there, or you can do certain things over there that you can't do over here. So you have to just be respectful of whatever the law is.
I know some Muslim religions, and I've interviewed people who said yes to this, they teach that you can have more than one wife.
Oh, in Islam. In general, yes.
Does your religion teach that?
No, not in the Nation of Islam. We're not encouraged to do that.
You're going to have one wife?
Yeah.
Oh,
we're not encouraged to do that, but I will say, just
We're
to make
not
the distinction
encouraged to
and
do
the
that,
understanding,
but you can.
in Islam, in the Holy Quran, it does say you may take wives on by the 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s if you can deal wisely among them. I'm paraphrasing. If you can deal fairly and wisely among them, meaning they each have their own everything, car, house, land, property, etc.
Lord. Jay says everyone who believes in the book has their own interpretation of the book. Interesting.
But if you cannot do that, one is good if you but knew. So the Holy Quran is very specific. It even encourages one wife. If you cannot give every one of these women their own everything, then don't play that game.
If it's your religion teaches, if I'm hearing you right, your religion teaches that if you can't afford to give everybody, take care of them, don't have but one.
Absolutely.
But if you can afford it, you can have more than two.
If you can afford it, if they agree, if that's, and mind you, that was put into place because of wars that were happening. Men who were going to war, dying in war, coming back, and there's tons of widows now who have no man to take care of their children because their husband went and died in war. That's a very specific thing. It's not just in Islam. That's an African cultural thing as well. So all over Africa do the same thing. Some parts of Europe, they believe the same thing. And even here in America, there is a huge movement of the poly life when it comes to polygamy. That's a lot of white folks practice, black folks practice that. So, but in Islam, it gives very specific parameters. If you cannot deal fairly among them, don't play that game, don't play with them, get one wife.
But
and that's what we are taught.
It's okay.
Sure, but that's within reason.
Being the type of guy you are, entrepreneur, businessman, serious
I want
guy,
one woman. One woman is for women, Jesse. I think you would agree on that.
Yeah, you're right. So let me ask, who are you?
Who am I?
Yes.
I am Brother Rizza Islam. Plain and simple.
But who are you?
You want me to get a little deep with you? Jesse, get a little deep with you. I'm a child of the Most High God.
I know, but you told me who you belong to. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm Rizza Islam. That's
your name.
That's my designation. That's
so
who,
your name is Rizza.
That's the label, the identification.
You're a child of the Most High.
Yeah.
But who are you?
Well, what is it that you're getting to specifically? What answer are you already having set up that you want me to hint to?
I have none set up.
You don't?
No, I just
Well, let's see what your response is.
I want to know, who are you?
Well, who are you? Because I gave you what I specifically am saying.
But you told me your name.
Yep. And I told me, child of God.
And you told me who you belong to, right? But I didn't ask your name, right? And I didn't ask who you belong to.
Yeah, who is a designation of the person that you're referring to, which is this person.
Right. Who are you?
I am is Rizza Islam.
That's your name, man.
Yeah, my name is the label designating this person. You talk like you Jesse Lee Peterson. When you pay your taxes, Jesse, when they refer to you, they're not referring to this around. No, they're Jesse Lee Peterson.
But you're not able to tell me who you are.
I did tell you who I am.
Do you create your own thoughts?
Oh, no, thoughts come from God, for sure.
Do all of them come from God?
No, some come from Satan. Depends on who you listen to.
Which one come from Satan? How do you know
those that encourage you to do negative, evil, wicked things?
Which one come from Satan?
Those that encourage you to do evil, wicked, negative things come from Satan.
Amazing.
Those that encourage you to do proper things, righteous things, principle, founded things, those come from God.
Let me ask.
This is funny, y'all. Just dancing around with just like this is hilarious. You're gonna keep all this in, right? Please do. Go ahead.
If you, let's say your parents never gave you a name when you were born. Let's say you were born that day.
What?
They never gave you a name at all. No one ever gave you a name. Who would you be?
Oh man, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. If you're talking about I'm a child, I'm born, I don't have a name, I don't know.
And so, isn't that like interesting?
It's very interesting, Jeff. Did you just make that question up to try to fill in space?
Isn't that interesting that...
This is interesting, Jesse.
If they never gave you a name, you would not know who you would be?
Sure.
Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. I say you'll end up adopting the characteristic of the first thing that connects with your spirit at that point. Basically, so that's why people in certain tribes, they don't get names, they get characteristics. One is called the powerful, one is called the wise, one is called the strong.
But that's still a name, though.
No, it's a characteristic.
But
so it's not, I'm not saying James the powerful, I'm saying the powerful.
But
right?
a characteristic is still a name. They
yeah, it can be
something, right?
Sure. But it's specifically more of a characteristic.
The point I want to make with that, that if they never gave you a name, who would you be? You would be amazing.
You cannot be serious.
And you know why you would be amazing?
Why is that, Jesse?
All of us would be amazing. You know why?
Why?
Well, because we would not have identified with anything but God. Because
I can agree to that, yeah.
Because the moment they gave you a name, you identify with the name. And the moment you identify with the name, you forgot who you were.
Well, the meaning of your name is very important.
And prior to that, you knew that you were a little kid. You knew you were the son of God, right?
Well, my name. You know what my name means, right?
But the moment that you identify with the name, you start identifying with that. Then you start protecting that, and that became important. And one thing led to another.
Well, my name Rizza literally means a gift from God for your travels through life. So it's a good name, right?
Amazing.
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 So,
my man Jesse, your name's in the Bible too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I want to ask this because we're running out of time here, I'm told.
We run out of time already, y'all.
Do you support interracial marriage?
I don't prefer it, but we don't have any control over love, true love now. Now, I'm not talking about a mixed interpretation based off of trauma or just lust or anything like that. I mean true love that is from God for real. Hey, hands off of that. That's true love. But when it comes to what I would prefer to see a black woman with a black man because our people deserve it. And I prefer to see Chinese with Chinese, white with white, Mexican with Mexican, etc. That's what I prefer because people deserve to be with their own first. But of course, if love enters into the picture that is so deep for someone else, then okay, that's of God, that's fine. That's how that is. But I would prefer to see our people, man. We have been so destroyed, Jesse, as you have so eloquently taught about so much. That we deserve to love ourselves first. Because if you don't love yourself first, how can you accurately and adequately love somebody else?
Well, I agree that I'm not against interracial marriage. If they want to do it, fine. But I think each race should marry their own.
Yeah.
And the reason I think that is because when you marry your own, black man marry a black woman, white man marry a white woman, and so on and so on.
Right.
It keeps the wholeness of it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't create unnecessary problems.
Sure. Yeah, it's a cultural thing. It's deeper, it's spiritual and cultural, it's more natural. But again.
So I agree with you on that one.
Absolutely. Oh, we have some agreement.
No.
What the?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
What a mess. So let me ask.
Yes,
I noticed that you're really into the black thing. You say our people, our people.
Oh, I'm all into it.
And
the black thing.
And when you say your people, who are you referring to?
The black man and woman of America, specifically, and the melanated people across the planet. Those are people who have the dark pigmentation. That's from Africa, that's from the Caribbean, that's the indigenous people of Europe, the indigenous people of Canada.
And so are you every black person?
Definitely.
You're every black person?
I'm connected to them spiritually, and we're supposed to be connected as a people, as an overall community, although we don't all think the same, we don't all identify the same, but I have a deep connection to our people for sure. And then after that, I have a deep connection to humanity as a whole.
When I was growing up, black people were individuals. They thought for themselves, they did for themselves. They didn't need the leaders, the preachers, or anyone to tell them what to do, right? Because they were individual thinkers, they had families, they did for themselves.
Got married, had businesses.
Why do black people need leaders now?
Everyone
where they didn't need it before. What's wrong? Oh, what's wrong with the blacks?
What's wrong?
You asking me? Or
yeah, what's wrong with the blacks?
Oh man, I'll say what's wrong with black people is we rely on other people too much to do what we need to do for ourselves.
Right.
At times we can complain too much. At times we fail to build our own things like we used to. Like prior to Reconstruction and all that, we had our own black towns. We had, or probably during and after Reconstruction.
But even then, we weren't thinking of it as a own black town or anything.
No, we did.
Town.
We were talking about Allensworth. We're talking about Africatown. We're talking about Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had over 60 all black towns. Literally, we did think about it just like that.
No.
Because absolutely, 100%.
I understand some of those towns were black, but black people were not into the black thing. during those days.
What were they into?
It's only came about after the Civil Rights Movement. And
well,
so,
they were called Negro. They were referred to as Negro at the time.
What's wrong with the blacks that they need leaders now?
Well, anybody who deviates and goes away from logical behavior needs to be reminded and put back on the right path.
Do you need a leader?
Sure, in some senses, for sure.
And why do you?
Until I'm more
why
mature.
As a grown man, how old are you?
34.
Why, as a 34-year-old man, married, why do you need a leader now? Why can't you just be your own leader?
Well, because you don't have all the answers.
To lead you?
Yeah, because you don't have all the answers until you get proper
God
guidance.
Has all the answers. Why don't you go to God?
Well, that would make God my leader.
Right.
So we do need leaders.
Why not just have God as your leader?
Stop playing with me now, Jesse. Playing these games now.
Why do you need a physical leader? Why do you personally need a physical leader?
Well, I don't need just any leader. So let's make that clear. I don't follow anybody.
You don't follow Farrakhan?
Farrakhan. That's right, and you know it. Say it again. What's his name?
What?
What is his name? Say his name.
Louis Farrakhan.
That's who I follow.
And so why do you, as a grown man, need a Louis Farrakhan to lead you?
Because a young lion only knows that he's a lion.
But you're 30 years old. You ain't no young lion.
You're right about that.
You're an old tiger.
You're an old tiger.
I haven't been called that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. An old tiger.
Why do you need a leader?
Because people need an example of where it is that they want to go. For example, if I want
to
be
God for your example.
Absolutely. So, for example, let's say right on this physical plane, if you want to become a millionaire or a billionaire, you want to look at those and study those who are millionaires and billionaires. If you want wisdom, you want to study those who have it. You go to the book first. You go to God first. Then you look at the physical representation of those who went to God as well. And you say, okay, it is possible. I can't do that. Why? Because I see the evidence in physical living manifestation. So you do your best to live up to that standard, one that God put there, and then from those who he brought, prophets, leaders, etc.
So that's why you need a leader at 30.
Farrakhan is my only leader, but yeah, 34.
At 34.
34. I know I look 30. I appreciate you.
At 34, that's why you. What does your wife think, knowing that you look up to some other man to lead you?
Oh, she loves it.
She loves the
She
fact
loves it,
that
and he's not just some other man. That's the other reason why. He is, first of all, God's man, who we believe is living up to God's standards, righteous principles, and conduct. And because of that, I say that's a good example of leadership. I can't say that about anybody else.
That's amazing.
Well, him, absolutely, it is, man. You know? And I actually want to give you this, Jesse, because...
I know, hold it for me just 1 minute. Don't get rid of it. Hold on.
Hold on, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I do want you to give it to me.
I will give it to you.
Let me ask. Are you voting so you need a leader? That's interesting to me.
Well, you're going to say something about Donald Trump. That's your leader.
I'm going to ask you that. I'm stunned that you need a leader, but I understand.
But you follow Donald Trump.
But let me ask. Are you voting for the Great White Hope?
You will.
How about you?
Nah.
No?
Nope.
You're not voting for the Great White Hope?
I'm not voting for any of them.
Do you know who the Great White Hope is?
You call him Donald Trump.
Right on.
But that's your leader?
Why you? No.
No, not your leader.
We are hiring him to work for us to make the country better in a physical way.
To manage the affairs of this nation, right?
He's our employer.
The leader of America is not the president.
God is my leader.
Gotcha, that's good.
And only God.
But the leader of America is not the president.
I want you to know that in the good old days when boys were boys and men were men, black men didn't have leaders over there. No one. As a matter of fact,
it was our father, our uncle. It was.
As a matter of fact, we were told never have a leader over you.
Who told us that?
Once you become an adult, I'm talking about us. I don't know what they told you.
Well, you're not black though.
I am black.
You are black.
But black people were taught not to have leaders. But
who taught us that?
Once you grow a man, you become your own leader. Our parents.
Well, no, yes. No, wait. So the last part you said, absolutely. Once you become a man and you demonstrate.
18 years old, not 34.
Oh, I'm with you on that. But that's so following. Yeah, so following somebody is absolutely good, especially in a righteous principle and conduct, right? Like you follow Trump. That may not be your leader.
I don't follow Trump.
You don't?
No.
Well, you are one of his biggest cheerleaders.
I know. Yeah, I love the Great White Hope.
Oh, see, now that's different.
He's going to make the country better. If you notice, he's like Jesus, right?
Oh, that's blasphemous, Jesse.
I have proof.
You have proof. He's like Jesus.
You blaspheme me, I have proof.
Go ahead, Jesse.
That they tried to kill him in the last 2 months.
You know, Mr. Farrakhan has had over 8 assassination attempts too.
No, I asked about no Farrakhan.
I know. I'm talking about
They tried to kill him, Donald Trump.
You said they tried to kill him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did they?
I don't. This is news to me. You're telling me this.
Oh, you not heard about that?
I'm listening to you.
You don't know that 2 assassination attempts were made upon the president, Donald Trump?
I know that there are investigations taking place to determine whether or not it was an assassination attempt.
Oh, you don't believe it was?
I don't know.
Amazing. So you're not voting for him?
No.
Do you vote?
Not presidentially, no. So I'm not voting for Kamala either. I'm not involved in that.
Oh, so you don't vote?
No, locally is more
effective.
effective.
You vote only locally?
Local is more effective.
Okay. So you're not voting for the Great White Hope?
Nor Kamala, nope.
So don't complain.
Oh, no, there's no complaints here.
All right. So I got to put you on the hot seat.
Oh, go ahead. I thought we were already here.
Hot seat.
It's kind of warm, but...
I got to heat this up, and I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Sure.
Lordy.
The hot seat.
What is love?
Activities that are pro-survival, that connects human beings to nature, God, and the universe.
Is America the best country on this side of heaven?
It used to be.
Was it a mistake to give women the right to vote?
Giving the woman the right to vote was something that was funded by the Rockefellers to be able to tax half the population.
No, the question was it a mistake to give women the right to vote?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What is a man?
A man is morals, principles. He is a maintainer, sustainer, provider, and one who instills principles of God-based thinking.
Should an athlete like LeBron James stay away from politics?
I say anybody who's uneducated should, including celebrities and athletes.
I agree. Athletes especially. We don't want to know how they think. Is abortion worse than slavery?
Abortion is terrible, and so was slavery.
Do the Jews own everything?
Not everything, but they own a good chunk.
Is the earth flat or round?
It's, from my understanding, it's neither. It's oblong, roughly the shape of an ostrich egg.
A what?
Ostrich egg.
What?
Come on, Jesse, you don't know about no science. Come on now. They're gonna love that one.
Does a chicken have lips?
They have a beak.
Have lips?
This is a real question. Let's go ahead, Jesse. They have a beak.
He has a beak.
Yes.
Is it ever okay to call a woman fat?
Oh, well, if it's true and if you do it in a comedic way.
The bear shit in the woods.
I'm sure they do all the time.
Is sending your child to public school child abuse?
Yes, especially in the educational sense.
True or false? Every time a man listens to the woman, he suffers.
False.
False?
Yep.
Did you have fun?
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming.
This man just, hold on, let me do this. I know y'all better not cut this out. Jesse, you need this. I need it, we all need it. This is Intellectual Power. This is the #1 black-owned herbal brain supplement on the planet. It is vegan, it is 100% organic. As I said, non-GMO, no heavy metals, no radiation. Go to intellectualpower.net. This is something that is helping a lot of people all over the world. And as I said, oh yeah, it's 90 capsules, a 1 month supply.
Capsules?
Capsules.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You can open it and put the powder in your juice or water, either way, if you can't take capsules. But I believe it's something that will help you. I take it every day. Gives good energy, helps with sleep, helps with your nervous system, brain.
I need mine. What do I gotta sell? I need to sell something. Well, right now we're selling Spider Combat. Y'all gotta support Spider Combat.
Function, reproductive function, as well as digestion. So it's very, very, very good.
Thank you, man. And this is from your business.
The problem with supplements is that they're not FDA regulated. Just so we're clear. That's the only issue with supplements. Because that was way back in the day, like Fitness Day, everybody was coming out with their own supplements. Issue with supplements that they're not FDA regulated. So you have no idea what the fuck is actually in the product. We had that, what was it? They had that with what was it called? Remember the pre-workout where it was actual like cocaine? It was one molecule short of cocaine. Oh my God, what was it? I remember that stuff was amazing. It was amazing. Do we have any gym heads in here? Bro, what was it called? It had like DHT in it. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name. Do you think he's trolling? No, I believe he's real. I believe the time for troll is long past. Because you know when people have when it's like when an actor maintains a character for so long, like the longer you maintain it. Was it C4? No, it wasn't C4. No, it wasn't C4. C4 is the fucking, the basic bitch shit that they give to people now. This shit was like some fire stuff. I can't remember what it was called. But they banned it. They banned it because it was like it contained a chemical. Yeah, the original recipe they banned. It wasn't C4. Fucking lames in your C4. Lord in heaven. It was a white bottle with red writing. It was a white bottle with red lighting. I can't remember. I may have a bottle. It wasn't a bottle. It was a. Yeah, I guess it was a container a while back. Wow, way back. Way back. But no, when it comes to Jesse, I think it's part of who he is now. I don't think it's no longer acting. I think it's part of who he is. I think it happens with everyone. If you maintain character for so long, that character actually becomes a part of who you are.
Yes, that's one of my companies. Yep, intellectualpower.net.
Right.
Yeah, so no, we're hard working over here, Jesse. We don't complain. We get to the helping people and create solutions.
Tell the folks how to get in contact, your website or whatever you want to put out there.
RizzaIslam.com. I don't think this will be the last interview with me and Jesse. I actually enjoyed it.
Right on.
Did, definitely.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. So RizzaIslam.com, everybody, or intellectualpower.net for the supplement. I appreciate all of you again. Thank you again, Jesse.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
And so you love black people?
More than anything else.
And do you love white people?
Nah.
You love white people?
Just righteous white folks.
Jacked 3D, yes!
Amazing.
Jacked 3D. Holy snaps. That was it, bruh. Y'all don't. Jacked 3D, bro. Oh, man. That was it. Man, classic. MP probably asked her husband or something. Jack 3D. That was it, bruh. Hot damn. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. They changed the formula. It was never the same. Bro, people would get their shit stolen. This shit was actually like a hot commodity in the gym. Y'all don't know. If you too young to know about Jack 3D, you don't like, You too young to know about Jack 3D? She's too young for you. She doesn't know about Jack 3D, she's too young for you. This shit was like diamonds, bro. Like diamonds, bro. This shit was like diamonds. It was like the most precious thing that you could have in the gym, bro. If somebody would ask you for a scoop, nah, bro, you gonna pay for gas? If I give you a scoop, then you gotta get the protein shakes or the dinner afterwards. Like, it was like that, bro. It was a bargaining chip. This shit was insane. Insane. They got sued, and they changed the formula. Yeah. But yeah, bro. Jack 3D, man. Woo! It was a whole nother let-out. Okay? Whole nother let-out. Yeah, man. It was insane, bro. Good times, man. I will say, good times. Good times.
I think they'd agree too. Like, yeah, I don't like all of it. Yeah. But if they're righteous, they're doing good work. Hey, cool.
Thank you all for tuning in. I absolutely appreciate it. Let me hear from you. Don't forget that you can support the Father State by going.
There we go. Jack 3D, man. What a classic, bro. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, somebody dies. Somebody dies off of everything, bro. What are we talking about? People die all the time. What's the point? What's the point? People die all the time. Who cares, bro? What are we talking about? Hey, stop it. Come on. Stop it. Get out of here. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. But I'll tell you something that really fucked me up that I stopped taking. I think I took too much, to be honest with you. Because, you know, these pre-workouts, they're like, man, you ain't gonna do shit. Get the fuck out of here. Bro, I fucked around with Mesomorph and almost died. I'm not gonna lie. I fucked around with Mesomorph. I don't know if they've changed it since, but I fucked around with, like, the original when it first came up. Mesomorph, almost died, bro. I kid you not. I almost died in the gym. I had to slow down my heart rate. Because it was pumping so fast, like, I honestly had to stop my workout and, like, talk to myself. I've told you guys this. Yeah, almost died, bro. Almost died. Straight up died. Probably had a heart attack. My heart probably almost exploded. Dead ass. I fucked around because you know how they say, like, only take 2 scoops, and if you take more than 2 scoops, get the fuck out of here, bro. I took this shit as candy, fam. Right? You had people, you would have bets where people were like, take 3 scoops. You take 3 scoops, you're fucking crazy. I'm like, 3 scoops, I fucking go. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. 3 scoops, bro. 3 scoops, you were crazy. People were like, you're insane. 3 scoops, or people were like, you know, I do 3 scoops. 3 scoops, you do 3 scoops? Holy shit. I only do like 1.5. I was like, bro, I come from Jack 3D. Get the fuck out of here with this stupid mesomorph. No, that shit almost killed me. I'm not, no joke. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. That shit almost killed me. Legitimately almost killed me. I thought I was gonna die. I was like, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm having a heart attack in the gym. My heart was like, I stopped because I was squatting. That's what it was. I was on the squat, you know, the 45-degree angle. I was squatting. And I had to get off and just sit there and just like slow my breathing. You know, square box breathing. I had to slow my breathing. So my shit was like going crazy. I was like, okay. I threw that shit in the trash, bro. Threw that shit in the trash. PlayStation is still down. That's wild. They're probably losing millions. Losing millions, bro. But yeah, I almost died, bro. Definitely off of fucking mesomorph. Mesomorph? I don't know what they put in mesomorph, but yeah. Listen to the directions. Listen to the directions on that shit. Now everything else, like C4, that shit is candy to me. Everything else is candy. I remember I was in search of a pre-workout ever since Jack 3D, you know, got disassembled. And I was like, people were like, yo, you should try mesomorph. I was like, let me try this stupid shit. Let me try mesomorph. Yeah, nope. Nearly killed me, bro. Nearly killed me. Maybe I'll try it again. And actually listen to the ingredients. I mean, listen to the directions. But what was it? It was, yeah, this shit, bro. No, sir. I don't know what it is now. I tried the original mesomorph. Fucking almost killed me. Now they got like cotton candy and all this, and yeah, shit almost killed me, bro. Kid you not. Kid you not. Almost fucking killed me. Yeah, it says take one. It says take 1 scoop, bro. I was like, 1 scoop? Get the fuck out of here. I'm a grown-ass man. Don't tell me what to take. 1 scoop, bro. It says right there. 1 round scoop, right? Serving size, 1 rounded scoop. Fuck out of here. 1 rounded scoop. Yeah, I think I doubled or tripled, and I almost killed myself. I think I doubled or tripled and almost killed myself. Yep. Threw that shit in the fucking trash. In the trash. Straight in the fucking trash. Yeah. But that's neither here nor there. I thought this was a good interview. I thought Rizza did well. Good representative for the Nation of Islam. I'm not really fond of when people sell supplements and shit like that. Just knowing supplements. But hey, do what you gotta do. You're doing it legally. Make it happen. Yeah. My heart felt like it was about... Okay, so you tried it too, Warden? Yeah, bro. I told y'all. Like, I almost died, bro. I kid you not. I was like, I'm gonna die in the gym because my heart is gonna explode. Yeah, some shit like this, you'd probably do half. I don't know if they have the same formula, but I'd probably do like half. I wouldn't even do a full scoop now. Now I don't even know, bro. Now that I'm an older man, I'd probably do half just to see if how my body responds to it. Back in the day, I'd like, yo, give me this shit. Shit's weak. This shit's weak. Let me try 3 scoops. You try 3 scoops, then you end up having a headache and you can't work out. So I was like, yo, I need something that's gonna hit me, bro. I need some of that Jack 3D. Give me that Jack 3D. That original formula. Yeah, bro. Yep, I got humbled real fucking fast. Real fucking fast. Real fast. I was like, this isn't normal, bro. This isn't normal. I know my way around a pre-workout, bro. This isn't normal, bro. This isn't normal. Then I was trying coffee for a minute because I was like, but then I learned that coffee constricts your blood vessels. So you try coffee, that limits your pump. I was like, nah, I ain't trying to limit my fucking pump. Like, what? Yeah. Good days, bro. Good times. Good times. Anyways, it's 10:40. I'm gonna go work out. Tomorrow's October. We still have to do Wukong. I don't know if I'll even do Wukong because I'm tired of Wukong, to be honest with you. That game is overrated. That shit is, I'm tired of it. I need to flesh out my stun, flesh out. We figured out, thank you to everyone who joined or contributed. We figured out as far as what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the takedown. We're gonna add some complexity to it. I think that's gonna look fucking crazy. I think it's gonna look dope. I just have to figure out like the animations and how to make that work and all that. The stun. So I'll send my programmer I'll send him the update for the enemies. He'll give me a price. Hopefully it's not fucking crazy because it's not a lot. And a lot of the animations are already, we already have packs for a lot of the animations. So we'll see. Uno. What do you mean Uno? You mean the next game Uno? What? I was talking about the next game to play. Because I'm kind of, I don't know. I know I paid for Wukong, but I'm kind of over it. Their mechanics they're not as crisp as I was telling people. People were like, nah, your timing's just off. No, my timing isn't off. The game is just fucking shit. I don't know if they updated it or not, but it just is what it is. Unless they did a patch, but a lot of their shit, it doesn't work, man. Their flawless, whatever it is, their dodge, whatever, that shit is broken. Their parry is broken. Their main defensive mechanics, or I guess, yeah, main defensive mechanics are fucking broken. They're busted. You need to play ready or not? What the hell is ready or not? Ready or not? We already have body cam, bro. Why would I play this if we already have body cam? Home invasion? What the fuck? Isn't body cam better?
Talk to entry team. Entry team. Negotiations have fallen apart. Move to secure the premises. Suspects are highly volatile.
I'm with you.
Bro, I'm gonna have a house like this, bro. This is probably a $20 million. Oh, wait, whoa. There's a side in it? Yeah, 30. 30 tops out here in LA.
Provide cover. Stacking.
Well, actually, not tops, because there's probably a garden and everything. So it's maybe looking at 100.
Locked. How do you want to do it?
Depending on location.
Man the door, bang the room. Roger. Me. Swap with me. Knocking it down.
They make this shit for like veterans, bro.
Opening on the right. Got an opening here. Empty over here. No contacts.
Holy shit, so many entries.
Good here. Let's switch. Moving! Opening on the left. Nothing here, sir.
They should have someone on the comms.
Use a jam.
Wedge ready.
Why wouldn't you have someone on the comms?
Door jam ready.
Fall in. I got you. Red.
Post up right side. In position. Stack up. Holy shit.
Blue, the
Go ahead and provide cover on this door. Door's good. Open and clear. That's affirmative. Moving! Police, hands up! Turn around slowly. Stay here. Do not get in our way.
You have to help me! Why are you tying them down?
Elemental talk. Civilians standing by for trailers.
Talk to
Why
him.
tie them down?
Roger that. Trailers en route.
Door is good. Open it and clear it with a flash. Gonna bang it. Honey.
That was the slowest flash I've ever seen in my
I
life.
got nothing here.
They would all be dead.
I got nothing here. Post up and cover. Getting into position.
They would all be dead.
It's open. We're good to go.
If somebody had been in there.
Gold team.
Affirmative.
Blue team.
Flash out.
Clear it.
Got an opening here. Opening on the
Drop. Breaching! Hallway left. Opening on the right.
Send you over here.
Who is
No
this fun
contacts.
for?
Gold. Hold here.
Only people I see this
Stack up
fun
on the
for is
left.
actually like SWAT people, veterans,
Through the door and
and
clear.
LARPers.
I'm going. Opening on the right. Looks clear over here, boss.
Because there's a way to sweep a room.
Here, boss.
On my 6. Behind you.
Goodness gracious. Liar's Bar? What is Liar's Bar? Most brutal, hilarious game of cards ever. What is this?
Y'all are a bunch of liars.
I'm Tor.
You don't look like the bunny?
Who'd you say it was? Zootopia?
Oh my god. What is Liar's Bar? What is this?
Well, I like this game. Yeah, so welcome to this game.
Liar's Bar review. What is it? Insane bluffing continues to lie. What is Liar's Bar? This seems like fun, but no one's telling me what the game's about. Did this game like just come out or something? Holy shit, there's like 2 videos on it. No ass.
Welcome to the Liar's Bar. Only liars allowed in here, and that's why I got the biggest scoundrels I know in town with me today. We've got Simina Cindy.
Hey, yo, man.
Welcomes you to the ultimate hub of deception and intrigue. Will you outsmart your rivals, or will the truth catch up with you? Find out now.
Guff.
Hello, I'm Guff.
Of course.
Liar's Bar.
Kitty.
Hello. Listen, that's a liar's voice if I've ever heard one, okay? That innocent hello.
Is it free?
Can't trust never.
Oh, okay, here.
How do you
Here's
get
where
access to
pick,
the game?
And I'll invite you guys. Guff.
Did I see that his name is Scooby, or did I imagine that?
I hope his name is Scooby.
Oh,
we got a
can
bunch
we-
of Scoobies.
Can we
Oh,
all-
here you just click. Scubby.
Oh, okay, so I
Plan
did see
releases
something.
October
Foxy.
2nd,
Wait, her
2024.
parents named her Foxy, Bristol, and
Hey, what's
Twa.
this game about?
The game where your best friend.
What is it?
I'm excited in your life. So this is.
I guess best friends bets your life on a lie, and somehow you're still smiling.
The game where your best friend bets on your life.
Oh.
Video game. Oh, we have our
boy.
own revolvers. That's nice.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Simina Sind. It can't fit the Y
6
in.
kings, 6 queens, 6
No.
aces, 2 jokers.
This almost feels like it's VR, but it's not. Should I have paid attention to those cards?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
What-
I don't know if you
King's
guys are seeing.
table.
Okay, we all saw that card, right? I think.
I don't know. I don't know what game we're playing.
I think so. We're only supposed to play kings now. I think.
How do I even pick now?
Okay.
I don't know how to choose. Oh,
Oh
okay.
yeah, this is a good hand.
Okay, I did something.
This is a really good hand.
I did do.
Skip, okay.
One king. Yeah.
One king.
I did that.
Okay.
There's a disappointed-looking monkey behind you, Simi. I don't know if.
Oh really?
I think the rest of you can see him. He's not.
Chicken-Litter's father.
Right? Like that.
So
I played one king. Yeah.
Okay.
I also
I'm
played
gonna
one
die
king.
first for sure.
What does this mean?
But I
What
So
does
still
one
Guff
king mean?
claims that he's
Oh my
played
God,
a king.
bro. What does this mean?
No,
Oh,
I
you
mean I
don't
definitely.
Facing down. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the point.
yeah, I couldn't see.
I see.
And,
One king.
and the next player that goes after you can claim liar.
Because I was the first one, and I also.
Oh, whether or not you put a
liars.
king down?
Be king still, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. How do I put it? I don't remember how.
Put a king. There's no way. What?
Oh.
See, it's a queen. That
Oh
was
my
not
God,
a
you
king.
were right.
Oh.
What? Right?
I think she's lying.
Oh
What?
shit!
Liar.
Why?
This is dramatic. What?
Oh, so it was a
See, it's a queen. That
Oh
was
my
not
God,
a
you
king.
were right.
Oh shit! And then.
Yeah.
Ah!
Don't
Wait,
fail
what?
me now.
Don't fail me now. Okay.
You survived.
Oh, damn. Okay, so if they call your bluff, you have to squeeze the trigger. So it's Russian roulette with cards. And I guess if you're right, they have to squeeze the trigger. Interesting.
Boy.
Okay, one chamber down.
Oh my god.
It's still king.
One
Ooh.
chamber down.
Okay, I understand the
When
game
playing on a
now.
king's table,
cards.
every card you play will be declared as a king.
declared
That's what it
as a
says.
king.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you
Every
supposed to
card
play
you
kings
play
and
will be
twice?
declared as a
Supposed
king.
to.
Okay. Whew, okay.
I see. Oh, this is
man.
a hand full of kings. Oh my god.
This guy.
That I'm true.
Then
You
he has
have
to
to
shoot.
do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
this
so
seems
you
like
don't
fun,
just
actually.
willy-nilly call
This sounds
them
like
liars.
this sounds like a an evolved version of Among Us.
Basically, like when you call someone.
It's like
you say
Among Us
Uno
for
before
adults.
the person says Uno about their own hand, you know.
Yeah.
You can do that?
Yeah, and then they have to add a thing.
Oh. Really?
What happens when you throw cards? I wonder.
That's you put it down. That's what that is.
Oh.
And
okay.
That's how you
apparently you
put it
can
down.
select more than one because Gap just did that.
Yes.
Yeah, but why would you do that though?
Because if you know how many kings are in, then and you believe everyone so far, you can count.
Oh, you put two kings.
There's 6 of
now.
everything.
Why are you looking at me like that, Simon?
Oh,
That is
call him a
rude
liar.
of you to say.
Oh.
That is too.
That's not even one king. That's
Wait,
two
what?
aces.
Oh, I got
That's one king.
confused.
Oh,
I thought
shit.
those were. Oh no.
Oh yeah,
Let's see
you
if
thought it was
That's
a
a
yes
shame.
king.
Ah.
Wow.
Guys, these are toy guns. Don't worry.
Holy shit.
Oh, ace now.
Who's getting this
Okay.
game? I'll get this
Okay.
game if y'all get this
After
game.
I got
we'll
rid
play
of
it.
2 aces.
I'm down.
I think we get new cards now.
Right,
so-
right. The game. I can just.
I want to see
Uh,
somebody
I
can
die.
lie about everything.
Yes.
Good. Just so you know, look at me. I'm gonna
I'm-
play an ace, okay?
Yes, you will.
One ace.
One ace. I love the character movements.
One ace.
What's happening?
Oh my.
Oh my god. That's what I
Skip.
get.
Two
Two
aces. Was that like a
Two?
Jamaican accent?
Aces.
Yes, and now Simina has to do 3.
the way you're
Wait.
looking, the way you're
Oh,
looking
what?
at it,
No, so
such
ace.
intent. Mm-hmm.
Was that really an
Three
ace? Simi?
aces?
Yes, of
It
course
didn't
was.
look like the backside of an ace.
Liar.
Oh.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
She wouldn't
It
lie.
was
Oh,
an
it
ace.
was an ace.
Oh no.
You look so disappointed.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
It's me or the bullet.
Oh.
Oh my god. God,
Guff, why'd you put it in the first chamber?
man.
There seemed to be a
You put
delay
in
on
the-
that shot.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Damn. Fucking dead.
Very obviously telling the truth.
Oh
Fuck,
wait,
was-
what? Kings.
Paid attention.
I
That's
love
crazy.
Two kings.
Two
By the way, I just want to say from now, I'm very terrible at lying. and telling the. And when I tell the truth, it sounds like I'm lying. So that's very.
Or is that just
Wait,
your
is
tactic?
this VR?
No,
It's not VR. It's just
definitely
PC,
not.
right?
What?
Wait, did you put a king there now?
I sure did.
Comes out
Did
October
she put a
2nd.
king?
So this week.
Look
I
at it.
sure.
Yeah.
I think she's very
So are
bold
we
claim,
supposed
but
to?
So it's just
Yeah,
until the
because
last
for
person.
the whole
What happens?
round,
Somebody,
instead of
nobody
putting-
I thought
calls
we're
another
supposed
person
to,
a
like,
liar.
get to like empty our deck. Is it not like Uno?
that's
All your
bullshit
cards.
now.
How is he talking?
Oh, maybe.
What happens if no one
I guess
calls
'cause
another
you
person a
get
liar?
rid of all your cards, so then
Yes.
you're not. You're out of the game. You're safe. or
Oh,
whatever.
so you're out of the game.
Okay,
Okay,
now
got you.
that's
Makes
shit.
sense.
That was a king.
So it's within your interest to
Don't
call
call me a
someone
liar, you swine.
Don't call me a swine, you dog.
How dare you?
Oh,
Take that gun. Take that gun now.
Oh.
This one's for you, darling.
No.
Wow, fuck.
Dude.
Okay, that's
Dude,
kind of cool.
I'm
Let's see.
It was the king.
I'm just.
King calls this. I have.
I'm
if you
too
don't have any
scared,
cards,
dude.
you win the
I
game.
genuinely cannot. Like.
Oh, you
even
shouldn't
if
have come to the liar's bar then.
I was forced here.
So this can
I
go
was
on forever,
prompted.
essentially. If
you have
nobody
a cross
calls
necklace.
someone a liar.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, you're not.
Liar. Thank you.
Fox.
Liar.
Why
Oh,
would
shit.
you believe? Why would you believe?
No.
Me and Steven are best friends. I wouldn't betray
This,
you.
this is not
still
a
on my side.
Don't worry.
Oh,
See, I
Oh
put it in the
my
last chamber
gosh.
to be safe.
You can do that?
No, no, no. I'm joking.
Stupid.
I missed. What kings again?
Kings
This
again.
is a king's table. Only kings sit here.
Check.
One king.
One of my 5 kings.
Oh, the pig has a.
Knife.
Maybe she's.
I know one sad piece.
Yo, put your king down. Why wouldn't you put your king
Well, you
down?
will when you're dead.
Alright, I'm gonna.
I guess it would help you
I
bluff
guess I'll
through the
pick
game.
another king. Why do I have so many kings?
Good for
Because
you.
you don't.
Liar.
Oh,
That is
shit.
rude of you to say.
He's right.
Ooh.
And honestly, I planned this. That's why I put the bullet
definitely
in
dead.
the last chamber.
He's definitely dead.
Check out this trick.
Let's see if luck's still on my side.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck, I messed up. I miscounted.
Okay, that's the
Like
game.
it's just
Got it.
you and.
Good. That's fine.
What's the point? These are just different avatars. They don't have any.
How many dice of a certain number?
They have nothing to do with the game. Gotcha.
Challenge. Last one alive wins. Oh.
Wait, what is this? But there's different types. Roll the dice. No one can see your roll, but everyone's watching your next move. Guess how many dice of a certain number are showing across all players. The bid has to be raised in each round. Think someone's lying. Challenge their bid. Loser drinks a bottle of poison. Drink 2 bottles and you are out. Last one alive wins.
Hey, murder. We'll see.
Kind of like
No strat. How many
That's cool
dice?
artwork.
Keep.
Okay.
Steven now.
2
No.
bottles of poison.
Not like I'm gonna fucking remember
Betting real
this.
life money on this
So-
would be
Oh
more
wait,
fun.
I have to bid.
Let's just play and we'll see. Let's just play and we'll see.
Fuck. Okay.
So I need to guess like how many everyone has of one number.
No, I didn't do it. Okay, I did.
Oh, so you're guessing that there's 4 ones. I see.
I
Yes.
don't think I understand.
And we each have
Oh.
how many die? We each have 5 die. Oh, this is.
Wait.
Information.
I'm busy and just.
Okay. But I don't get it.
Guff's saying that there's.
5
5
sixes on the
sixes?
table.
Guff, that is incorrect. And you are lying on purpose.
But how is that a liar?
I don't know.
Because Goff
Yeah.
said that we have 5 sixes all around us on the table.
Yeah, but that's not a lie. That's a
You
guess.
just got it wrong.
Yeah, so close though.
Wrong, wrongest bar.
Yeah.
Fucking drank with his eyeballs.
You're gonna be.
Alright.
Does it?
Ish,
I would hope
right?
so.
My old? Okay, I
I don't
probably
get this
pressed
one.
One, I think.
I can't go below. Oh right. Wait, I can't. Okay. What?
Gonna guess as long as
it.
you
I agree, striking.
Jeez.
Kind of looks like Paige. Like how do you mean?
Simi had no. And there was only. I like the.
2
Only
of them are
I'm
poison.
one of us is actually trying to
Fine.
get out.
Try to deceive a dog.
You think there's 8 sixes on this table?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually.
Simi has 1. Goff has
What makes you
5.
think? What do
You
you
have
make? What makes
2.
you think Simi
Sixes
has-
on the
what makes you-
table.
Did I don't think we're adequate. These guys know maths. We screw, dog.
You don't know my numbers. Are you?
Yeah, I want
I wish I could call.
That seems very unlikely, given
Why?
that there are 8
That's-
sixes.
Ah, that's.
8 6s on the page.
How? What makes you think there's 8 6s, Guff?
I want
Hard to figure out.
What?
less than.
6s.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys. No, then
Oh,
lie
yes,
down. Are
drink the
you?
poison.
I'm.
I want to see someone die.
doing great.
Oh,
Was a
Fool.
this is sick.
Ideas.
It's 5.
Shit. You were close.
I was
to
close.
death. You have to be exactly
Oh,
right.
He's dead.
Oh,
So the actual
More than.
That
If it's
sound
high,
of
I see
the
the sound.
dice is
Right.
fucking irritating.
That's rude. Thing one.
So they all have one bottle.
There's
One
no
bottle
way.
down.
It's actually happening.
trees.
Fine.
All of
in that case.
So who died?
those things.
No, it's not.
Almost-
Yeah, the bear's behind me. Don't look at him. He's
Okay,
scary.
so we have to. No.
Those for you.
It's interesting
Tragic.
you actually
he's dead.
seeing someone die.
Bye,
Dead.
piggy.
Dead.
Goodbye.
I'll take care of your wife for you.
Oh, that's.
Oh, that's
It's
so
it's interesting
tragic.
you actually seeing someone die
he's dead.
before I've died myself.
That's so dramatic.
Oh, okay.
Just
And
call
he's
him
dead,
alive
alright.
because there are no way. No.
Gotcha.
Can't-
So it's
Chill.
all the gun.
After the.
Alright, fair enough. This dude died
Math-
again? How did he die
Halfway.
again?
Bad
Other-
guys. Take the cigarette.
Do you smoke IRL?
How did he fucking die?
You are.
At all?
Supposed to be that.
Gun.
Wow.
Shoot.
Ain't the first time I've stared down death.
Oh, and it'll be the last time.
It looks like it's you and me again.
Alright, interesting game. Yeah, I'm down. Squid Games 2 teaser trailers out. When did it come out? Oh, it just came out right now. Shit, 6 hours ago apparently.
선생님, 저랑 게임 한번 하시겠습니까?
Back in the game. December 26th, huh? Okay. Okay. December 26th. Bet. We'll be there, bruh. We'll be there. It's a top tier actor. Is he really? Is he really? I don't even remember all of Squid Games, to be honest with you. I remember he did like a game with somebody and then they lost. And then they were like, well, you know, something, something, something. I don't remember the concept. Remember they all just fight for like money and everything, but other than that. Oh, he's a top tier actor in Korea? Really? Okay. Interesting. The more you know. Alright. I think that's it. It's nothing more to cover. August 1st tomorrow. New month. Check out Train to Busan. Train to Busan. It's Train to Busan. Goodness, what the hell is this? What is this? This was 3 years ago. Yo, how hard did this movie flop? That's insane. This movie fried my brain.
Hey guys, Keegs here, and
Keegan, this movie flopped pretty hard. Does anyone know what this movie was about? Megalopolis? Oh shit, he's losing his mind.
I'm sorry. Every
No,
time
I haven't
I'm
seen the
trying to
Train
bring
to
this movie
Busan.
up, I just think of the most what the fuck moments in that film. And
No,
I'm talking
I haven't
about
seen the movie
Francis
yet.
Ford
I'll watch
Coppola's
it.
Megalopolis, a movie that this well-renowned director has been working on for over 40 years. Yes,
Doubt.
40 years. Over 40 years. This
Doubt.
director has been making this film. He started making it right after Apocalypse Now. He's been on and off with changing the cast, the production, the crew.
no way.
It was supposed to be released in the
Train to
90s. It was
Busan.
supposed to be released in
I'll check it out.
2001, but then 9/11 happened. It was supposed to come out in the late 2000s. Then he just dropped it. Then he picked it up back in 2019 with a whole new
Is
cast.
it like a bunch of
including
karate
Adam
and stuff?
Driver, Shia LaBeouf, John Voight. The whole entire cast of this film is right in front of you. Is Megalopolis an experimental film or is it a narrative? Because I
What
have
is
no
the
idea what
movie?
the fuck I just saw. I really do not understand.
It
what it's
only
trying
made
to
$4 million with a $120 million budget.
say, what it's trying to explain.
How do you recover for something like that, bro? That's what I want to know. Like, if you're the studio that backed this, what do you do? Can you imagine investing $120 million and only getting back $4 million? Like, what?
I love some of the filmmaking choices that Coppola was able to do for this feature film, but man, his brain is just fried. I feel like some of these choices he made was when he was high. Apparently, he smoked a lot of weed while making this movie, and
He sold his vineyard to make the movie?
can explain in certain
make any
scenes,
sense.
especially certain dialogue too. The dialogue in this movie reminded me of The Room, not
that's crazy.
The Room with Brie Larson, but Tommy Wiseau's The Room. There were
Oh,
moments
wow.
where the writing was just so bad. It was fucking hilarious. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. This movie is like if The Room
What?
had a budget. There was one.
This movie is like if The Room had a budget. Yo, that's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, that's hilarious. The Room... This movie is like if The Room had a budget. That's crazy.
One reason why I wanted to see it. Not just because of the production history and Francis Ford Coppola, but because of the early screenings the film had back in May. Apparently, during one of the screenings, there was, I kid you not, a person in the audience going up to Adam Driver when the movie was playing, and he was asking him a question, and Adam Driver answered to that person. Now, I was trying to figure out if that was actually going to happen in my screening. Apparently it didn't, but I did catch when that was going to happen. And it was just so awkward that someone in my movie theater could instantly just call his name and nothing would be different at all. Shia LaBeouf's performance. You know that clip where he's talking about how acting is like porn? Well, imagine if you stretch that into a full feature film with him in it. He portrays some sort of political figure that is trying to take down Adam Driver's character. He's basically the antagonist. Adam Driver's character can stop time, but he's dealing with the death of his late wife while crossfading on drugs, on alcohol.
What?
He's just all over the place. He's trying to speak like he's like a martyr, which I don't fucking understand what Coppola was trying to go for. Aubrey Plaza's character, Wow Platinum, acts as the secondary antagonist, where her over-the-top nature as a reporter and her dialogue and the way she was written is just a whole nother level of zaniness. And that's what I can describe this feature film, is just zaniness in the wrong direction. And I can't even spoil this movie, not just because I want to spoil it, because I don't know what to spoil. It's very difficult to
I
explain
don't know what
moments
to
that happen
spoil.
in this feature film, and then there are moments where there is a cool artistic shot or an artistic directorial decision, and then there are moments where the CGI just looks so fucking bad, and apparently Coppola actually
Really?
fired his visual effects group and then hired a whole nother crew, and you could definitely tell by how this film looks. It needed more time with the effects. effects, because some of the effects in this movie look really, really bad. Like, really bad lighting effects. I'm not sure what he's trying to go for. Apparently, this film took inspirations from the 1927 film Metropolis. That is a way better film explaining a futuristic city than this one I just saw. The ending reminded me of the ending to Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. The way it was presented and how it felt like a happy ending and everyone was celebrating.
Imagine having to pay a studio just so the movie could be distributed because they don't think they could sell this movie. That's crazy.
Reminded me of the ending where everyone was celebrating on Naboo and you see all the Gungans going on a parade and everyone's cheering, everyone's happy that they saved the day, they beat the bad guy, they beat Shia LaBeouf. I thought this movie was gonna have a dark ending or a destructive ending because apparently the plot of this film is explained as a modern take of the fall of the Roman Empire. And I can't really see how Coppola was going to present that. There is a disaster scene found in this film, and it goes by really quick. It didn't leave as much of an impact than I thought it was going to be. There are moments where there are scenes that are being set up, or there is a conflict that is going on, and then they just brush it off to the side. There's a scene where Jon Voight has a boner. Why was this his decision? Like, this is coming from the director of the Godfather movies, followed by Apocalypse Now. And this film isn't up to those feature films. It doesn't live to those hype. It doesn't live up to any of Coppola's other works. This is just Coppola giving his final hurrah in the film industry. He sold his winery company just to finance this film with a budget of $120 million out of his own pocket. So it's the most expensive independent movie ever made, and I don't think it's gonna make its money back because the screening I was at only had a few people and I was at opening night, and this film wasn't really marketed as much as it's supposed to be. I mean, you could just say from the director of The Godfather and you could instantly grab a lot of people's attention. Any sort of substance you take, which, don't get me wrong, I saw the movie Substance the day before this, and it's a way better film than what I just saw.
Really?
Not even the substance you take for this film will get you through it. My rating for this film is all over the place. I was debating of giving it a 5 out of 10, a 4 out of 10, or even 3 out of 10. It's between a 3 or a 5 out of 10. This film is just the messiest film I've seen all year. It's not the worst film. Megalopolis is not as bad as any of the other really bad movies I saw this year, like Uglies or Madam Web. It is still a massive mess of a feature film. If this is Francis Ford Coppola's final feature film, then it went out with a bang, but not a good bang, but a very bad bang, a massive nuclear atomic bang. And that's all I gotta say about Megalopolis. And check out my review of this movie on Letterboxd. It gives more explanation of what I want to talk about. Thank you for checking this review out. I'll see you.
That's so sad. The movie was that bad? That's so sad. Lord. Okay. Well, good to know. See if you review Trapped. Bro, Trap was good.
Hey guys.
Let's see if he did review Trap. You're just a hater, bro. No, he didn't review Trap. This is like a new channel. Oh, I guess it's not a new channel. He didn't review Trap. He reviewed Deadpool Wolverine. Oh, he was at GalaxyCon. Oh, wow. Lord. Scooby-Doo. No, Trap. I'm telling you, Trap was good, bro. I don't care what any of y'all say. Trap was good. You just had bad taste. Simple as that.
Hey, guys.
You just had bad taste, Urban. Trap was good. That's just a fact. It's a fact of life. 1 + 1 is 2, and Trap was good, bro. Simple as that. Don't know what to tell you. Anyways, that's going to be the stream. Everyone, take care. Stay safe. Be amazing. Don't drink and drive. And I'll catch you all mañana.